Good morning, everyone. The January 26th Board of Directors meeting is called to order. I'm Lisa Huebner, the second vice chair. First vice chair, Shanila Rivera, is absent today, and Nora, our chair, Nora Vargas, will be showing up shortly.
Shortly.
Like to call to order the January 26th Board of Directors meeting. I'd like to ask our interpreters to explain, please, how to access interpretation. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Announcement from interpreter. To use the interpretation feature, please scroll down to the bottom of the Zoom screen where the meeting controls are. Click on the interpretation icon, World, and select English as your language. If you're joining through the Zoom mobile app, cell phone, tablet, etc., please press the ellipsis, then Interpretation, and then choose your language. Finally, click on Mute Original Audio to not hear the original Spanish logo in the background. And headsets are available for interpretation. If you're in the meeting room, please check out a headset from the receptionist in the lobby. Aviso por parte del intérprete. Para hacer uso del servicio de interpretación, favor de desplazarse a la parte inferior de la pantalla de Zoom donde aparecen los controles. Haga clic en el icono de interpretación, globo terráqueo, y seleccione Spanish. Si está utilizando la aplicación móvil de Zoom, celular, tableta, etc., presione los puntos suspensivos, luego interpretación y luego el idioma. Si no desea escuchar el audio original en inglés en el fondo, por favor seleccione Mute Original Audio, silenciar audio original. Contamos con auriculares disponibles para el servicio de interpretación. Si se encuentra en la sala de reunión, favor de pedir auriculares con la recepcionista en el vestíbulo. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's start with a tribal acknowledgement. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the land that we call home. The tribal nations of the San Diego region have historically faced injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land, nature, and its original peoples who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systemic oppression. We pay our respect to the unceded territory and homelands of the 18 tribal nations in our region, the most in any county in the United States. From our 4 cultural groups, the Kumeyaay Digueño, the Luiseño, the Cupeño, and the Kaiwea. This land has nourished, healed, protected, and embraced them for many generations in a relationship of balance and harmony. As members of the SANDAG community, we acknowledge this legacy. We aspire to learn from Indigenous traditional knowledge and experiences in undoing the justices of the past. Now, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Tessa, can you please confirm a quorum?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I can confirm a quorum with 18 voting members, jurisdictions present, and the city of Chula Vista is absent, and 4 of our 11 advisory members are present.
Very good, thank you. We'll start today with non-agenda public and member comments. As a reminder, no comment shall use loud, threatening, profane, or abusive language that disrupts the orderly conduct of the meeting and will not be tolerated. Any such language or any other disorderly conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the board meeting is prohibited. Per our board policy, the amount of time allowed for each verbal public comment is determined based on the number of agenda items, the complexity of those items, and the number of persons anticipated to offer comment. This allows us to hear from as many people as possible and to complete our business while we still have a quorum. Based on those factors for today's meeting, each member of the public will be allowed 1 minute for their comments. Tessa, do we have any non-agenda public comments at this time?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I currently have 5 in-person public member comments that we will take at this time. And the following public commenters will be taken at the end of the meeting. Alex Wong, Paul the Bold, Kamala Rang, Blair B., the original draw, Pamela Hetherington, and phone number 731. For now, I'm called Sarah Ochoa. Please come to the podium.
Good morning, board members and Second Vice Chair Huebner. My name is Sarah Ochoa, and I live in Chula Vista. As the phenomenal woman Maya Angelou said, people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. There are all these stories swirling around about artificial intelligence, AI, in schools, advertising, political spaces, and it's alarming. But AI is no substitute for emotional intelligence. We must all learn to attune our ears to the real deal, to the authentic voices rooted deeply in community. We will rely on you who have wisdom to cut through the noise, lead with heart and courage, and we trust you to serve in our changing world. Politics is tough and you'll never make everyone happy. But every time you choose patience, look for common ground, lift up people and help meet their needs, you make the world a little better. Thank you for choosing public service and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Our next commenter, Ellen C., please come to the podium.
Good morning. My rep's not here yet, but there is an invite. Chula Vista will be hosting a seminar with our current appointed CEO, whatever you want to call your. I'm looking forward to you coming down to Chula Vista. I invite all cities, when this happens, to please come down. 125 toll was paid for by transit tax. Transit tax, we were promised to expand the freeways, and yet we're still paying on the toll, and it's actually, there's a lot of distrust what's going on. I'd like to talk about First Amendment. This slip here says allowed to lend speaker time, and the guy over there was going to loan me a speaker time for an agenda item. He was denied. John Kirk, that goes against the Brown Act. Your own instructions say we're allowed to loan speaker time. We're also allowed more than 10 seconds per item because right now all the consent items combined only gives me 10 seconds per item. You're breaking the Brown Act. Change it now because that is not right. The public needs to address this quorum. I yield back.
Our next commenter, Corey Schumacher, please come to the podium.
Good morning, board members. My name is Corey Schumacher. I'm the political director of IBEW 569, the Electricians Union, and I am not here in my capacity this morning in non-agenda public comment to speak in my capacity as the political director, but to speak as a member of the public. And I want to thank each and every one of you who are doing the people's work on this board, and also the staff at SANDAG who's doing the heavy lifting as well, to try to imagine a future where we can move freely around our region without the most disadvantaged communities taking the impact of the health impacts of single occupancy vehicles. So we rely on this community, which is a community that is based around the board members, the public, and the staff to do this hard work. We are an intentional community that work together to craft the future, and I'm very grateful for specifically SANDAG staff for their expertise and institutional knowledge to move public works projects forward. Thank you very much for your work today and tomorrow.
Our next commenter, Michael Brando, please come to the podium.
So what is the plan? Well, it's United Nations Agenda 21 Sustainable Development. It's the comprehensive blueprint, the plan of action, as the UN calls it, to inventory and control all land, water, minerals, plants, animals, construction, means of production, energy, education, health, law, information, and all human beings in the world. This is the agenda for the 21st century. It's a blueprint for 100 years with milestones at 2020, 2030, 2035, and 2050. Agenda 2030 is just a milestone within the main plan. So Agenda 21 Sustainable Development is the global plan for inventory and control, a comprehensive plan of action, a blueprint. This is not conceptual. As I said, it's a plan for action, a roadmap for action. It's not a forecast. It's a blueprint.
That is the voice of a phenomenal woman named Rosa Corey. Most of you had your head down because you know that's what you're involved in. And I wish Nora's friend, Corey Schumacher, would stop lying about all of this. She says it's the work of the people. Most people don't even know what this is all about. Wake up.
Our final commenter at this time, Rita Clement, please come to the podium.
Good morning, Chair Vargas, SANDAG board members, and SANDAG staff. My name is Rita Clement, and I live in Chula Vista. I'm a volunteer with San Diego 350. I am thankful for the work that Nora Vargas has done in connection with the crisis in the Tijuana River Valley. We do not need a landfill in East Otay, adding to the existing pollution. Also, I offer my respect to Jack Shu for providing education about vehicle miles traveled and the necessity for all of us to join together in this important work. Thank you to SANDAG staff for the opportunity to provide our ideas in creating funding applications. Thank you.
And that concludes the public comments at this time.
Thank you. At this time, I'll turn it over to Colleen.
Thank you, Mayor Hebner. So this time I want to recognize one of our members of the board who has contributed a significant amount, and that is our Consul General of Mexico, the Honorable Ambassador Carlos Gonzalez Gutierrez. And he has actually taken a role now in the Los Angeles area. And so this will be his last meeting with us. He's been an incredible champion for the region and has really helped to advance a number of projects, Otay Mesa East, our Bayshore Bikeway project to the border, and many, many other things, including improvements that we've been making at the San Ysidro border crossing. So anyway, I want to take this opportunity to thank you so much for your contributions. And we do have a little token of our appreciation. We'd like to take this over to you and congratulate you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you. Thank you so much, Colleen, and thank you, fellow members of this board of directors. As Colleen mentioned, I have the honor of being appointed by President López Obrador as the next Consul General of Mexico in Los Angeles. And I'm currently preparing to take over that role in the next couple of weeks. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all for your hospitality and collaboration during my time in San Diego. These last 4 years and 7 months, I have witnessed both the great opportunities and the unique challenges that come with living in a deeply integrated binational region, such as ours. I am thankful that San Diego's leaders recognize this and have made a priority bilateral collaboration by allowing Mexico a seat at the table as an advisory member of the board of directors and the borders and Cobro committees. Additionally, I commend the SANDAG team for putting forward initiatives that keep in mind San Diego's neighbors across the border, such as the Otay Mesa East Port of Entry and the binational trolley project that is hopefully in the works. My priority as Consul General of Mexico in San Diego has been to represent my country in a constructive and positive manner and to lend a helping hand whenever local decision makers have been faced with cross-border challenges. And I hope I have achieved just that. Please rest assured that the Consulate General of Mexico in San Diego will remain a partner to SANDAG and that our entire team, including Deputy Consul Gilberto Luna, who's here, and my successor, Ambassador Alicia Kerber, are looking forward to continuing our wonderful partnership. Binational issues require binational solutions, and it has been an honor being able to contribute to such solutions in this very room with such a great group of leaders. Thank you very much once again.
I understand that Councilmember Moreno would like to make a non-agenda public comment.
Yes, thank you. I'm sure a lot of your constituents or some of your constituents were hit pretty bad on Monday by the storm. My constituents over in South Crest were just devastated. And the reason I'm asking, I asked to speak today is because we're organizing a cleanup effort tomorrow at 8 a.m. At the South Crest Rec Center. So if you or your staff or the staff at SANDAG or anybody listening feels compelled to go out and help, we're literally, we just need bodies out there to help these folks. It's devastating. That's where the chair is right now, or that's where we were earlier, just assessing and being out there for the folks. So I wanted to make that non-agenda public comment and hope and pray for everybody's residents. Thank you.
Should anybody wish to join you, should they bring any equipment or will that all be there?
Your dirty clothes and dirty boots and some muscle. Some muscle. We'll have, you know, the water and honestly, it's just moving things. We'll have gloves. If you have preferred gloves, please bring them. Bring dirty boots. But yeah, we would love to have folks out there tomorrow at South Crest Rec Center, 8 a.m.
Thank you very much, and sorry for all of the problems. This storm was pretty surprising to many of us in the region. I guess it was the fourth largest downpour that we've ever had, and many parts of the region felt it. And we're sorry for those who were most impacted. Turn it back over to Colleen.
Thank you for that. And I know there were some other comments we want to touch on related to the storm. I just wanted to follow up with you all on some progress that's being made on Otay Mesa East. And we actually had a meeting this morning with the U.S. ambassador to Mexico. And there's been a lot of movement now from the State Department and our president working with the Mexican president about really forwarding the project. And we're now working on a potential soft opening that could actually happen this year. And as a result of that, we want to amend the agenda for your February 9th meeting and add an Otay Mesa East update for you all. So there are a number of things that we're looking at. We may need to be transferring money around, and I just want to make sure we're checking all our boxes, crossing all of our T's, and bring that forward to you. So I did speak with the chairwoman about that, and she has agreed to change the agenda. We had on there that we were going to give you an update on the airport connection project. That is not nearly as time sensitive as this item. So we are going to make that agenda change. So just wanted to make you all aware of that, and we will provide that update to you on the February 9th meeting.
I just noticed that there's quite a few people up on the board who are on the board who would like to make some non-agenda comments. So we will go to those, and I'll turn it back over to Colleen after that. First, we have Councilmember Burkholder.
Thank you, Second Vice Chair. Appreciate that. Just wanted to report out that I did participate in the homeless count yesterday morning at 4 a.m. It was really nice and cool outside, so it was a nice experience. And just comparing last year's participation to this year's, I just want to caution everyone, we had, our numbers are going to be a little bit skewed because we had no more than 5 people who were actually camping overnight on one of our public streets, but only to move on the next day to go to Lake Havasu. They were actually from Canada. And then we had a couple of others that were just servers that had decided to buddy up and go surfing the next morning. So keeping that in mind, we had one actual homeless individual that we encountered in our point in time count in my area. And that person was actually the first person to have received care court services. So essentially she was here in San Diego last week, but because those are voluntary services, she left and went back to Carlsbad. So just be aware there is a place on that next year when you do the homeless point in time count. You can make notes to that end, because if we're using these numbers for federal funding and assumptions in housing and other implications, we should be reflecting what is actually accurate in our communities. Thank you.
Next is a representative from El Cajon.
Thank you, Second Vice Chair. I'm happy to serve as a pleasure of the chair of the military working group. which doesn't always make its way up through the planning committee because of meeting schedules and things, but I wanted to make sure that their work gets recognized by the board. Recently, over the past month, we've had an opportunity to visit some of these facilities. We have gone to MCRD, Naval Base Coronado, Naval Base San Diego, Naval Base Point Loma, Spa War, and next month we're going to Miramar and to Camp Pendleton. So it's been an excellent visit of the facilities. I'd like to recognize the work of Muska Like. She is our Deputy Regional Community Planning Liaison Officer. I think I got that all right. 6 words. And we also were met by the commanding officers and the executive officers. So we got a top level tour of these facilities. The issues were housing and transportation for our military. Housing, especially for E1 to E4, mental health and suicide are an issue for these 18 to 22, 23 years old if they don't have housing off the ship. If you think about it, when they're on deployment, they're on the ship. And when the carrier comes into port, they're on the ship. So unless they have time to clear their head off the ship into housing, it's very difficult mentally for some of these people to adjust to life. So housing is definitely an issue. Transportation, 50,000 cars a day go into the gates of Naval Base San Diego. Up to 30,000 cars a day go into Naval Base Coronado. The people at Coronado especially were interested in seeing if we could get ferry service returned to the base as it used to be. So even though the waterways may not be the jurisdiction of SANDAG, certainly our partners down at the port could perhaps partner with us to provide waterways as a source of transportation, not just land. So we've got some excellent resources along the coast, along San Diego Bay, and those would be something to consider in the plan as we move forward for transportation to alleviate some of this traffic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Goebel. At this time, I'll turn it over to the chair to call on the rest of the board member speakers.
Good morning, everyone. Councilmember Duncan.
Good morning, everyone. I had a couple follow-up comments from the Consul General's comments. I just wanted to say thank you very much for how positive and respectful you've been in regard to the sewage issue. I know it's not fun when you're here and our board's working on positive infrastructure projects to hear about a very negative problem that's difficult and an environmental disaster for us, but you've seemed very receptive to it, not angry, positive, working forward. And I'm just very grateful for that. And I'm very grateful for the steps that Mexico's taken recently to try to bring the San Antonio de los Buenos plant back on in the project that's occurring now. I know it's a huge issue for Coronado, Imperial Beach, the whole South Bay, and frankly, for all of San Diego. So thank you for your assistance with that and the recent developments.
All right, North County Transit.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Yesterday, we announced receiving an infra grant award of almost $54 million from the Federal Department of Transportation. This brings us closer to delivering faster and more frequent coaster service to our region. NCTD's goal to continuously improve frequency, reliability, and rider experience is among the reasons that the San Dieguito Bridge Replacement Double Track and Special Events Platform Project, that's a big mouthful, is a top priority. This funding from the DOT will help replace the 108-year-old rail wood trestle bridge over the San Dieguito River. Due to its low elevation, the bridge is susceptible to washout and flooding risks, which, as Mother Nature has proved this week, continue to increase. Replacing this antiquated bridge with a modern elevated concrete bridge will not only alleviate those risks, it will also, it's also necessary for the planned efforts to realign the low sand rail corridor off of the fragile Del Mar Bluffs. This project includes 2 other critical elements, double tracking and the construction of new passenger rail station platforms at the Del Mar Fairgrounds. Together, these investments will ensure the long-term resiliency of this vital rail corridor, eliminating a major bottleneck and allowing NCTD and our partners to run more trains daily. Special events platforms at the Del Mar Fairgrounds will provide folks with a 1-seat ride to the San Diego County Fair, the Del Mar races, concerts at the Sound, and all of the other amazing events hosted at the fairgrounds. They'll take the double-decker buses off the street too, which will reduce VMT. Last year, NCTD and our project partner, SANDAG, received $100 million from the state of California. Those dollars provided the down payment for this project. While we are continuing to work with the state to identify the remaining dollars to fully fund the project, I'd like to offer a big thank you to the state of California, to Congressman Mike Levin, Senator Blakespear, and all of our regional partners for their support of this project. Together, we're transforming rail service in Southern California, and that's a laudable goal. I have one other announcement, and that's on the Losan side. I'm sure everyone's heard that rail service was suspended in San Clemente on Wednesday evening after a hillslide caused debris to tumble onto the tracks. This is an ongoing and fluid situation. Preliminary assessments are underway. The Mariposa Bridge structure is being removed. It actually, by this morning, has finally been removed, and the site is being regraded and excavated. We'll know a little more later today. The Losan Corridor Working Group also met earlier this week in LA. I appreciate Senator Blakespear's leadership highlighting the importance of the Losan Corridor as a vital piece of the state's transportation network, the challenges the corridor faces, and the immediate need for increased support and collaboration across agencies, whether in San Diego, San Clemente, or Santa Barbara. The critical needs of the entire corridor require a coordinated state-level response to ensure the resiliency of this essential infrastructure. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Colleen, you had mentioned that we might need to be moving money around to Otay Mesa. When we do that, could we have a clear outline as to where the money is coming from and what projects? Okay, all right, thank you very much.
So I also asked that we actually come back and do a presentation for the folks so that people can really see where we're at. And
Yeah,
that'll
that's
happen
what you
February
was
6th.
mentioning. I
Yeah,
just wanted
so
some
it's
clarity
going to
on that.
go more in detail.
Oh,
as well.
great. Okay, thanks.
Chula Vista.
Chair.
Sorry, I have had 2 hours of sleep, so I'm just reading whenever I have a here.
First of all, I want to mention that I was part of the point and count yesterday in the city of Chula Vista, and it's very unfortunate that the people we came across in totality, to be honest, were elderly. The people I had the privilege to talk to and know a little bit of what brought them to this point was majority elderly. And as we saw, I can't remember the exact percentage of people, but I think in 2023, there was around 29% of people experiencing homelessness and 55 and older up to 25% up from the year before. So that's something that going forward, we should all be mindful of. And I also want to take this opportunity to say bittersweet farewell to a good friend that's here with us today. And he turned, because you know who he is, Consul General Carlos Gonzalez. I in my 22 plus years of doing binational affairs and knowing many consul generals, I have never, ever met someone like Carlos Gonzalez. He is down to earth. He's ready to work. He really bridged the liaisons in a way that we've never seen before when we were working during COVID, where the county as well with Supervisor Vargas was working closely to bring vaccines to both sides of the border. It was because they really understood that there was a floating population, that we couldn't ignore that how these liaisons worked. We had strains going back and forth, and it was such an importance to have these important advocates. And Consul sabe que lo respeto, lo admiro, lo quiero, but I think you went above and beyond, and I don't think you will ever be replaceable, even though you speak very highly of the person that's taking your place. I can assure you that your mark in the border region has forever left its mark, I hate to repeat it, on all the people that had the privilege to work with you. I am very honored to know you, to call you my friend, And I am very grateful that you got the recognition that you so highly deserve as ambassador, as consul general, and you're not going very far, so we'll keep bothering you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you. Yes, National City also experienced issues with the flood that happened on Monday, the flash floods. We simply were not prepared. The area in general, or all across San Diego County, I realize, had a lot of issues, but I just want to put it on the record, National City was a part of that as well. We had extreme flooding in the intersection of Plaza Boulevard and Paradise Valley Road, and homes were destroyed. National City and our county resources are working to help residents recover from that. I would like to suggest that SANDAG should look into authorizing emergency funding to study the weather event that we just had, the flash flooding from January 22nd, with the goal to allocate more of our budget money to provide our region the tools to prepare for, ride out, and repair after the destruction that is caused by flash flooding. Our area, everybody understands this, is not used to this amount of water. And we need to begin the process of avoiding the destruction that happens because El Nino and climate change will cause these types of events to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wanted to briefly remark that Del Mar sent a letter to the board on Tuesday. I didn't see it in my email yet, so maybe it's still making its way, or perhaps I missed the email. But the letter to all of you from Del Mar is a reminder that the bluff stabilization project, which is about to get underway for $65 million of construction money, is going to bury about 49,500 square feet of beach behind seawalls. And not just that, it's going to close off natural coves, which are the places where people can go at high tide if they're caught down there on the beach. It's really going to change the face of the entire natural coastal bluff all along Del Mar for 1.7 miles. And the Coastal Commission reluctantly said, yes, you can do this, SANDAG, but they required mitigation. The mitigation required was a crossing to get to the other side of the tracks and beach access to get to the beach below. That was on this board's budget to approve in October 27th of last year, and this board voted no in a split vote. In case you don't remember, it was 12-7. And this is something that's very important, not just to Del Mar. This is important to all of us. So what we're hoping in Del Mar is that the seawalls will be delayed, that they'll come last so that maybe we don't even need them. The bridge replacement, which is my understanding is it's about $330 million and we're still short some amount of funding. That bridge replacement is going to happen in 2027. So, and then we're also this year going to do the realignment study for the railroad tracks. Where will they go? We actually don't know for sure where it's going to go. Perhaps the bridge needs to be realigned as well. We don't know that either, but we have some time because the study is 2024. So what Del Mar is asking for is please don't bury our beaches until we know we have to. Thank you.
All right. I asked our District Director, Everett Townsend, to give us an update specifically on the impact that the flood had on our streets. I know that so many people were impacted, and I'll share some stuff right now, but I want to turn it over to Mr. Everett first so that he can share.
Well, thank you, Chair. Yes, last Monday, our state highway system here in the region also experienced significant impacts as a result of the sudden and severe rain event that everyone saw on their TVs. State Highway, State Route 15 in the South County there, south of downtown, experienced the most significant impact with the flooding on the facilities that brought traffic to a stop. And again, it's the overwhelming of the adjacent Torres Creek Channel that led to this impact. State Route 94 as well, in the college area experienced some significant flooding. Westbound lanes, I believe, had to be shut down for a number of hours, as well as State Route 78 in North County in the Oceanside area. We had to shut down 78, that segment of 78, and divert traffic onto a local frontage road to keep folks safe and moving around the flooding impact. So those were particularly three significant impacts to our state transportation system. We had some other localized impacts on other facilities, Interstate 8 at the Alvarado Creek area, as well as on northbound 5, just north of 76. We had a culvert failure out there. All of our field staff were out in full. I think as you saw on your TV channel, lots of kudos to our field crews working through the flooding events through the night to get our roads back open and get them safely for the traveling public. And we did just that. I think by the end of the night, Monday night, we had all of our routes opened. We do have some damages out there still that we've initiated a number of emergency contracts to address. And so those are ongoing. So you'll see some closures here and there to allow the contracting crews to restore and improve our facilities. I also wanted to add that we also sent out our local assistance branch at Caltrans, did an outreach to all of our local partners regarding assistance and relief. So that went out Monday afternoon. Hopefully your teams have looked at that and are working with our teams. The direction was really to go to Cal OES, the Governor's Office of Emergency Services is really providing that relief. And so, forms need to be submitted, documentation needs to be made. We stand ready to help the region and locals as that need develops. And just lastly, last Tuesday, Governor Newsom did declare a state of emergency for San Diego County and Ventura County. So that also opens the channels for additional assistance to public and private property owners that were experienced damages as a result of the storm. So again, information there is www.caloes.ca.gov, and you can search for emergency proclamations. And if there's anything we can do to assist, again, I'm your Roy Aboud is our division chief over planning and local assistance. His staff works closely with your staff in the local and regional communities. So we are ready to assist as needed. So please reach out if you do need that help. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So thank you, everyone. I apologize for being late. Who joined the council member this morning in one of our communities that has been hard hit, and then trying to get some additional resources for folks. Before I share some of that, I just want to say I'm sorry, Consul General, que no estuve en la mañana. I adore you. I think you're, doesn't get better than the work that you've done for us, and I know that you're going to be so close. I have your number. You're my padrino. We'll continue to find you because you truly are a leader not only in the state but nationally. So muy agradecida con usted con todo el trabajo que hace. The other thing I was going to share with you is that I think all of you are aware that I am going to move my state of the county. I'm going to postpone it, and so we're going to have a day of service. And I want to encourage all of you to join us. I know. I didn't realize this until yesterday. I was talking to someone who lives in East Chula Vista, and I was telling them what was happening. They said, "Oh, keep getting calls from people about what's happening," and we tell them everything's fine. I really want to encourage you to see what's happening in communities in Shelltown, Barrio Logan, National City, Spring Valley, a lot of areas at Mountain View. I can show you pictures later if you want, but literally people, like the water was like 6 or 7 feet. And, some of the unincorporated areas, like I said, Bonita, Spring Valley, but the ones that were hit the most were the communities where we've underinvested in infrastructure for decades. And so what's happening right now is we're trying to get the county and the cities to work together because of the health impact to our communities. And then I also want to inform you, we're working with OAS, our Office of Emergency Services. I think everybody knows that we declared a local emergency on Monday. The reason why we did that is so that we can get the governor to do the same, and he did immediately. They've been very, very supportive because we need FEMA to come down here. And it's not being shown on TV as much as it should. You're not seeing what really is happening. I think, Councilman Moreno and I really, really want you to understand the impact that our communities are having. People don't have, their cars were completely flooded. And I think this is the time for all San Diegans to come together and support. We have, and I'm saying it here because I want you to share it with other community members. alertsandiego.org is where we want people to sign up and let us know what the damages are so that we can get all of the information in. We are doing situational reports on a daily basis, sending that information to the Cal OAS and also sending it to, so that we can gather all the information for all the damage so we can get FEMA to activate HUD and to activate food for our communities because people just don't have access. My understanding is Governor's team is coming down as well as FEMA to really assess. The Red Cross has been very supportive. San Diego Foundation, I think they're at, they started with $100,000. People are donating. We need to partner up with nonprofit organizations to get that money into the communities, but we are doing community cleanups. And so tomorrow we're doing Spring Valley. We're also doing Shelltown. There's a lot of other ones. And I know even if you live in North County, the people south of the 8 were absolutely impacted by this. And we need everybody's help. Even if you haven't seen it, we really need you to come down and send as much support as you can. The other thing I was going to share with all of you is that the rain is supposed to come back again on Thursday. And so I am very worried about what that's going to look like to these areas that are already flooded and where people are already in dire straits. And so we're going to try to get more information and sandbags and things of that nature to all of you. But I wanted to share that with folks because I don't think that it is clear how devastating this is because it's not being shown by our media. And I think you all need to know that your community, south of 8, is really, really suffering, and we need everybody's help in this process. So I promise to continue to keep you updated. My website on the county has a lot of the information. We've activated the county team, and they've done a fabulous job. And, last but not least, I want to really thank our first responders and all the volunteers that are just, like this morning when we were out there was somebody in their car just drove up and they had burritos and water and just giving it away. So the people who have the least are the ones that are giving the most. And so very appreciative of how San Diegans down there have been really standing up. So with that, thank you for the opportunity. Oh, Water Authority wants to speak. Water Authority, I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, good morning. I just
Thank
wanted
you,
to
sir.
jump on something that you just talked about. I represent the County Water Authority, but I'm also on the San Diego Foundation Board. And the San Diego Foundation, you mentioned, put $100,000 in as a matching fund, and that fund is now up to $350,000. And anyone that would want to contribute, just go to sdfoundation.org/flood response. And that money will go directly to nonprofits, with those nonprofits then helping people who need immediate help.
Thank you for that. I'm sorry. Oh, and I forgot to say, and the food bank also has been amazing. They're just bringing down food for folks. And so we appreciate that. All right, with that, I'm going to turn it, anything else, Colleen, that you want to share?
You want to do any of this or the board retreat? Do you want to talk about that?
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot the board. Oh, so the board retreat, there's a survey in here for everyone so that we're going to have a one-day board retreat in March. I think I have already shared that with all of you. We're going to have it at Southwestern College so that you all can come down there to the South Bay. And then, so give us information of the things that you want to see and make sure that we are all, that it's productive. It's a productive day. And then I think the other thing is super excited to share that the CEO recruitment is going really, really well. We've had, I think she said, about 60 people interested in this job. So I think it's kind of cool and people aren't that scared of us, of working with all of us. And so I'm excited about that and about the work that, so we'll give you information as the process continues. I think the timeline and all of that is on the website in case anyone has questions. The applications for the position, it closes on February 23rd. So those are the two other things that I want to make sure we updated them on. That's it.
And the chairwoman also asked me to cover an update on security. I know security in these meetings has been of utmost importance to all of us, the staff and you as well, and the members of the public. And starting with the February meetings, we will have metal detectors for all attendees to go through. We will be working with board members to provide you with IDs. And if you have your ID, you won't have to go through the security. Same with our staff. So there will be specific instructions on our next meeting agenda in February so that the public is well aware of what the requirements are for security here. So just wanted to provide you all that heads up, and there'll be more information to come on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, we're going to move on to our consent agenda item now. Tessa, do we have public comments?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Yes, we have public comments on the consent agenda. Excuse me. I would like to state that public comments will be taken on each item of the consent agenda at the same time. So you will be called to speak on items 2 through 10 at this time. Our first commenter, Alan C., please come to the podium.
Agenda 3. Thank you, Jewel, for pointing out the bluff to collapse. We saw the same news conference last year. Thank you, Terry, pointing out our beautiful beach is being taken away for this nonsense. I pointed out last year, the government set aside $400 million to move the railroad tracks, and yet now you're saying you got $300 million for this bridge, $65 million for Oceanside, which right now are coastal. Anybody who takes the coastal, you're taking your chance. Because this board has been warned for 2 years. You've had a study since 21 to move the railroad tracks. Move the tracks now, and good luck through all the libel suits if you try to put it through multi-billion-dollar homes through Torrey Pines, La Jolla. Good people, Del Mar brought a very simple, rapid movement. Move the tracks now. Go by, not through the Del Mar tracks to scare the horse, but next to them, along there, and then parallel the freeway. You can make that happen now. Please make that happen because our safety is at risk here. I yield back.
Our next commenter, Michael Brando, will be followed by Consuelo. Michael, please come to the podium.
This is related to item number 9, and I'll tie it in with this after this.
When the few concerned citizens show up to the visioning meetings and charrettes, as they're called, to object, the consultants are there to block opposition and indoctrinate the public. The consultants are trained change agents and organizational managers. They're there to give the impression that they've listened to the public and that the public approves the plan. But it's all an act.
Beautiful woman, Rosa Corey. This ties in with number 9, and when it talks about gathering input from members of the public about the regional plan, I've attended these, and it's more gaslighting. If you were really being transparent, and you know what I'm talking about, you would be talking about this mask behind the green mask, UN Agenda 2021, Nora and Colleen, as well as COVID-19, the Great Reset. You're all involved in this.
Our next commenter, Consuelo, please come to the podium. You will be followed by Mark.
This ties into all of them. So let's see. Over 100 years ago, you didn't have to ask permission from the government to collect rainwater, go fishing, own property, start a business, renovate your home, build a home, use transportation vehicles, get married, hunt, own a weapon, cut hair, sell a product, protest, grow food on your property, set up a lemonade stand, sell food. You can do virtually nothing without being extorted by government and obtaining their permissions first. If you still think you're free, you're deluding yourself. You live in a tax farm as a free-range human. The bankers will make sure that you remain in debt. The pharmaceutical companies will make sure that we stay sick. The arms manufacturers will make sure that we continue to go to war. The media will make sure that we are prevented from learning the truth. So true. And the government will ensure that all this can happen legally. Those who are asleep focus on the puppets. Those who are awake focus on the ones pulling the strings.
Mark, please come to the podium. You will be followed by Truth, who will be followed by Mike.
Mark, of course, there shouldn't be any eminent domain to build the rail system along the bluffs. Regarding 6 and 7, the financial markets, you guys have not even informed the public of the real cause of inflation, which is the Federal Reserve. And of course, you make sure that the government and your paychecks are always well above that to not be affected seriously, but it's crushing the public. That's criminal. Nora Vargas passed something at the last supervisor meeting about helping Newsom literally disarm the United States. And I can't believe it's out of stupidity, but Tara was telling people that good rifles in America are weapons of war. A M12, if you've never seen one, look it up on YouTube, is a weapon of war. It shoots 300 shotgun rounds per minute, 5 per second, no kick whatsoever, like an AK-47 that you couldn't even hold one place. It's treason,
Your
and
time
why
has
she's running
expired.
this is.
Our next commenter, Truth, will be followed by Mike. And then our final 5 virtual commenters will follow Mike.
Item 3, over $49 million to an overpriced consultant for outreach about the Lausanne ghost trains that SANDAG will just disregard anyway. Item 5, what are the protection against retaliation of whistleblowers? Item 7, $877 million is needed for the capital program Pipe Dreams the community mostly never asked for. Item 9, in 2 months, Mayday raised purchase cards cost taxpayers over $7,800. Tesla's was over $14,500, but at least she reimbursed her personal expenses. Just this board meeting cost taxpayers over $3,200. Political theater, regional plan workshops with Post-its that didn't stick, wasted over $5,100. $180 for lunch with France-based Meridian, who are dedicated to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, human settlements, and food tech. Real fun. SANDAG's Diamond Awards wasted over $3,500. Hassan's lunches cost taxpayers $1,072. He even went to Disneyland for the Mobility 21 SoCal conference where they talked about AI and tolling to transform the system. And item 10, SANDAG is conflict of interest personified.
Your time expired. Mike, please come to the podium. You will be followed by the first virtual commenter, Paul the Bold, and then Blair B.
Good morning. Yeah, so again, the Del Mar Trail, Del Mar Rail realignment. Does anybody in this room know how much SoFi Stadium costs to build in Los Angeles? Anybody? $5 billion. $5 billion. What is San Diego going to get for our $5 billion? Maybe we're going to get a unwanted hole underneath the city of Del Mar, and we're going to get a sewage treatment plant, potentially. That's $5 billion. I'm trying to understand how we can better pay for things here. Like, we can't cut this rail around through Carmel Valley, underneath El Camino Real, cut that all the way up through North City, and then cut that west once you get into the Lagoon Preserve, and then cut it underneath the freeway and tie in right there. And you don't got to deal with anybody.
Your time expired. Our next commenter, Paul the Bold, will be followed by Blair B. and then the original draw. Paul, please go ahead.
Number 2, approval of meeting minutes. Please include mention of omitting public discussion on agenda item 8 last meeting. 4, at the last meeting, Mr. Shu mentioned how SANDAG is not a wealthy organization. That is pretty much a direct reflection of how the taxpayers trust you or not in handling their money. 7, quarterly progress report. For the sake of financial and informational accuracy, you board members deserve better than a 4-month-old report. 3, approval of proposed solicitations. Hope all the proper signatures, amounts, and estimates are filled in. Another issue is whether the contract amounts are based on things like current inflation or on outdated reports, such as the 4-month-old financial report in item 7. We should have updated.
More time expired. Our next commenter, Blair B., will be followed by the original draw and then Mary Davis. Blair, please go ahead.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I wanted to speak on item 8, actions by the policy advisory committees. You're working on navigating, for building a 6-month extension for the city of National City about the Sweetwater Road Protected Bikeway project. Good luck with the project. I figured it was time to mention again the importance of tech accountability, how it can be helpful. The ideas of open public policies and accountability with tech will be needed for this project, and just really does a lot for the future of how to build positive, sustainable communities. That I think if we want to practice openness and accountability at this time, it's concepts of peace and open democracy and a shared community process that I think can be examples of peace and help towards the Middle East at this time, a lot, to all sides of the Mideast. A thank you to the Consul General of Mexico, who's moving on. He's done amazing work, I can feel.
Your time expired. Our next commenter, the original draw, will be followed by Mary Davis, and then our final commenter, Karina Contreras. Original draw, please go ahead.
Everything you guys are doing is providing a dystopian future all based off a climate god that should go straight to the abyss. The solicitations for public outreach, I mean, you shouldn't be spending millions of dollars when usually you guys only get to a few hundred people out of the 3.38 million people in the county. And anything you're trying to say about access for all, you're actually taking away options for people to travel. When you are talking about the tax revenues and strategies that impact the Transnet program, you need to start thinking about when you're pushed to put everybody in an electric vehicle, you're going to lose revenue. So therefore you need to figure something out, because we're paying for, not driving anymore. And there's other people that are destroying the roads with their vehicles because they're heavy, and they're also leading to a potential fire danger. So there needs to be mitigated. You can't just, needs to be equitable, right? And the CEO outlines of what they are to do doesn't mean they actually follow it, because they don't even listen to the people. They listen to the globalists that are the ones, providing this dystopian future, that are puppeteering you guys around. And the fact that you're involved in any conflict of interest codes is.
Your time expired. Our next commenter, Mary Davis, will be followed by the final commenter, Karina Contreras. Mary, please go ahead.
Hey, Tessa, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm not much of a Zoomer. Anyway, I just wanted to say that, and I did touch on this at Chula Vista City Council the other night when I spoke on it, but I know a lot of agencies are actually trying to put on or contemplating putting on their own sales tax measures. And this is for item 10, conflict of interest. I wanted to show that that possibly sets up a conflict of interest when you come to an outside board and then advocate or vote for a regional plan that would require more sales tax. Are you making your own city sales tax less viable? So again, a potential conflict of interest and food for thought. I'm also asking, like the city of Chula Vista on their speaker card, they have a box showing that if you have a financial interest. So I am asking for any speaker to identify both on the speaker card and when they speak publicly if they have a financial interest, similar to a citizens initiative where they are benefiting from that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Corina Contreras, if you still wish to speak, please raise your hand. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much. My name's Karina Contreras. I'm in my capacity as Transportation Policy Advocate for Climate Action Campaign. And I just want to state that I applaud SANDAG for actually having a plan for the low sand corridor for the coaster and all the freight that goes through. It's a very daunting challenge. However, most folks might not know that the San Clemente part of the collapse is in OCTA, so that's Orange County, and they are not anywhere near as prepared as SANDAG. So thank you so much for being prepared. And also, I think I heard a previous speaker in support of vehicle miles traveled tax because of electric vehicles not paying gas tax. So I thought that was interesting. Thank you.
And that concludes the public comments on the consent agenda.
Thank you. Mayor Jones?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to pull item number 10, and I have some discussion about it. So we're talking about conflict of interest and our staff in this item. What I found to be a little bit confusing, and I'm not quite sure why we would do this, but we have in here when it talks about exactly what each item covers. Item or disclosure category. So the disclosure category for 3, it's noted as 3, is the investments and business positions in business entities and income, including loans, gifts, and travel payments from sources that provide services, supply, materials, machinery, or equipment of the type utilized by the department or division to which the filer is assigned duties. And what I'm confused about, and I would actually I think it would be appropriate to have it included, is in the high all executive positions and actually including the manager of contracts and procurement, that's not a conflict and they don't have to actually do any sort of disclosure on that. It doesn't make any sense to me. So what I would think would be appropriate is if we had all executive positions, including, so that'd be Chief Deputy CEO, Chief Executive Officer, Chief Financial Officer, obviously the CEO and all of that. And then also the manager of contracts and procurement, because if we have even just, let's go with just one position. So let's go with manager of contracts and procurement. If they are then not disclosing whether they have investments in these businesses or they're getting gifts or travel payments or loans or anything like that income, I can't even believe it. Honestly, as I was reading it, I was so flabbergasted. I would like to add that in. I will not be supporting this as is, but if we can make that change, I would definitely support it. So it'd be all executive positions, including anyone that's managing contracts or having any say in any of these sorts of businesses or companies that are providing us also, services and that sort or supplies. Sure. So anyway, that'd be my motion, I guess.
With an addendum or something?
Addendum, whatever we want to call it.
Okay.
So what this item is, and I just need some clarification on the question you're asking. So there's no proposed change to the actual conflict of interest code. The change that is proposed is the additional positions in the agency that are now subject to the conflict of interest code. So you might recall at your last meeting, we added positions in various categories throughout the agency. For example, we added a chief deputy CEO position, the independent auditor, manager of learning and development. So those are actual positions that are now subject to the existing conflict of interest code.
Correct. But this is to approve. And so my motion would be that I would like this change because I feel it would be appropriate because honestly, the fact that we actually even have contracts and procurement that would not have to disclose anything, I literally, it doesn't make any sense to me. So that would be my motion to make that change.
So let me just ask for clarification. I mean, I'm with you 100%, fine, happy to do that, but I want to make sure for process, right? Because the vote today, and I think it's kind of confusing because on number 10, the actual title says conflict of interest code updates. So I think that could be all everything included. So when I'm reading that, it sounds like you're actually updating or changing also the information on the actual interest conflict of interest code, not just that you're adding the name. So I think it could be confusing. So is it okay, legal counsel? I just need your advice. Give me 1 second. I want to just find out if this is the appropriate time to actually change the actual content of the conflict of interest code, or could we ask that be brought back with actual language and included in that. So we would take a vote today to include all of the added staff that would actually be having to ensure that they're subject to the conflict of interest code, and then per the mayor's request, have the updated conflict of interest code, include some of the recommendations. And I think, we're gonna have Courtney, our independent auditor, speak afterwards. And so maybe she can also help with the language and bring it back to the board, and then we can actually vote for that as well. Yes, ma'am.
So I think, Mayor, if I understand, you want to make sure that the director of contracts is subject to the code, and all director positions are included. So that would include the director of contracts, the director of HR, the director of engineering. That includes all directors in the agency.
The directors, but this is actually on page 95. It's also a manager of contracts and procurement. I would feel better if we were making sure every single category is anyone that has any influence over contracts, procurement, or any of those sorts of positions are fully covered under every circumstance possible. Because I just feel like, for transparency, I want to be held to that sort of standard. I just feel that we should have every director.
I'm sure that there's best practices. I'm looking at our auditor over there, but okay, Councilman Shu.
Mayor Jones, I looked at the list and I thought those categories are being covered in the 3 categories, and like all the other managers as well. So I'm kind of curious what positions that you're speaking of, and are they not already doing that in the categories that are specified they have to file?
Well, there are 2 separate categories. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4. So there are 4 different categories. I just would feel better if we add it. If it's not a big deal, then let's just add it. I mean, even if it's redundant, if we look at it and say, well, that could be redundant, I just would feel better for transparency that we add the 3 in when it's 1, 2, and 4. I think in some cases, 1, 2, and 4, just add the 3 in there as well. So just to make sure we're covering everything.
All right, I'm going to turn over to council. Sir, I know you have a comment. Go ahead.
I just said I'll second it to move it along.
Okay, well, I'm going to get guidance.
2 issues that I'll address. First of all, the Brown Act issue. What's been agendized are particular amendments to the conflict of interest code. I think that's what's before you today. The normal process for updates and amendments to the conflict of interest code is that as part of your budget, you approve positions. And then as a follow-on standard process after the budget is that you adopt a conflict of interest code consistent with the budget that you just approved. So because there are particular red lines that are identified here, there's a question about whether this would be consistent with the agenda to move forward on the motion. But probably more importantly, an understanding of the difference between categories 2 and 3. Category 2 is drafted to recognize that those executive positions have oversight, not just over a particular department, but over a much broader part of the agency and maybe even the whole of the agency. Whereas disclosure category 3 is identical to disclosure category 2, except that it's limited to only disclosing those specified interests that are connected with the department in which you work. And so to have executives who have oversight over the whole of the agency disclosing only interest in the department to which they work would be inconsistent with the nature of that category. Because there's not just a department that they work in, they have oversight, even if they're in a particular department, they have impact over a broader part of the agency. And that's why they're in category 2 and instead of category 3.
So just for clarification, any category 3 disclosures would be covered under category 2 because it's all encompassing and it's actually covers it. And you know, I'm not questioning that part of it. I just want to make sure that we're doing our job and doing the best that we possibly can. And that's why I suggested the change. But if you're saying that 2 actually covers everything that's part of 3, then I'm good with that and we could just move on. And then I would move approval of the consent calendar. Chair, thank you.
I'm gonna have Mr. Cabrera.
Sorry, I normally don't speak on these items because I'm for the airport, but I happen to specialize in ethics laws in my day job. And so I think John covered it, but yeah, 2 is broader than 3. And my concern is if you add 3, it's going to create some confusion about whether or not you're narrowing it for those particular classes. So I think 2 is the broader one, and that's what you would want for management and executive types. So just adding my 2 cents for what it's worth.
Councilmember Burkholder.
I was going to speak, but it's all clear to me now. Thank you.
All right. So remember, we're going to be using these. Don't forget so that I can make sure that I call on you. So then with that, we have a.
Sorry, I had a motion. I don't know.
He did. He seconded. So I was just going to say. I got you all. I got you. Trust me that I got you. So we have a motion and we have a second. Please vote.
Chair, for clarification of the record as you vote, because there was a motion and second on the floor, that will be deemed withdrawn by unanimous consent without objection, I believe.
Okay.
Clerk
and
can
then
show
we'll
that.
talk about the second one. That's why I didn't want to take the second because I was trying to get discussion, but I think people start getting ahead of me, but you know, it is what it is. Process. It's the best way to get things done. Rebecca. Vivian. Yeah.
On that item, that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, wonderful. The next item on the agenda, I'm excited to have our independent auditor present to the Board of Directors today with the information specifically to Courtney Ruby. I think everybody remembers her. Hopefully you've all gotten to connect with her. So we're gonna hear her presentation first, and then we're gonna go ahead and give management response, and then we're gonna go ahead and take public comment and then member comment, all right? So the floor is yours. I'm sorry, Chair Zito.
Yeah, so sorry, didn't remember to bring my name tag, but for those who don't know, Dave Zito, Chair of the Audit Committee. I did just want to come and provide an introduction for our new independent performance auditor's first presentation of an audit and thank her for all the work she's been doing so far. It's been really a pleasure working with her to date. This item was heard at the Audit Committee on December 8th, and well, I think we were a little bit pokey because I could be wrong, but I think that may have been the latest policy advisory committee meeting that ever happened due to some robust discussion at this board that day. But it was heard by the audit committee. There were no notable concerns raised. The audit committee discussed it with some interesting questions that the independent performance auditor was able to answer. But at the end decided to recommend forwarding to the board unanimously and in support, thank you, in support of the recommendations that were findings and recommendations that were made. With that, I'll turn it over to Courtney. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Zito. I am Courtney Ruby, the new independent performance auditor, and today I am presenting an audit of board member and employee travel and other business-related reimbursement transactions for the period July 1st, 2020 through May 31st, 2023. This audit was performed by Associate Auditor Chris Delgado, and Principal Independent Auditor Lloyd Carter, and they will be joining me here today if we have any questions. I will also be followed by Melissa Kofelt, Senior Director of Organizational Effectiveness, to provide management's response. Since 2020, SANDAG has spent approximately $1.14 million for board member and employee travel and other business-related expense reimbursements. These expenses include travel, professional development, board member stipends, COVID-19 stipends, cell phone allowances, and home computer purchase programs. Given the frequency, volume, and potential for fraud and abuse, it is considered a best practice to regularly audit travel and business-related reimbursements. This audit was presented and approved by the board to be conducted in fiscal year 23-24. Each category of travel and business-related reimbursements are included in the scope of the audit. Next slide, unless I have the clicker. Is that it right there? Okay. The objectives of this engagement were to audit SANDAG's operational processes and system controls related to board member and employee travel and other business-related reimbursements to ensure policies and controls exist and are followed. As you see on this slide, it gives you the percentage of coverage that we had for each area. For example, for board and employee travel reimbursements, we tested 100% of board travel, 25% of employee travel reimbursements. I won't read each one, but it does give you the population there. Our audit found that approval for employee travel, including adequate supporting documentation, needs improvement. Additionally, we found advanced written approval was not documented in several instances, including explanations justifying employee professional development expenses. Our audit did not find any areas of noncompliance with policies for board member travel, tuition, reimbursement, board stipends, COVID-19 stipends, cell phone allowances, or home computer purchase program reimbursements. So that's good news. The audit findings were primarily due to inadequate records management and a lack of adherence to the procedures and the need for employee training. I'll now turn to the slides to just briefly walk you through this. So the first finding was non-compliance with travel reimbursements. During the audit of travel reimbursements, we noted 2 out of 53 employees' travel reimbursements were not in compliance. And that was either for not having written approval for the travel expense or exceeding the GSA rate. And again, that was 2 out of 53. We had 3 recommendations for this area, and they were to create 2 separate forms, one that you use when you are getting pre-approval for the trip, and then one to get your expense reimbursement, to provide training to executive assistants and other staff members who are preparing these forms. And then finally, to update the travel procedures to ensure in these times of text messages, when we don't have time to get a wet signature, that we're making sure that either through text or email that we are documenting pre-approval. The second finding was non-compliance with professional development reimbursements. There are various types of professional reimbursements, as I said in my opening comments. So I'll go over 3 categories that have very similar findings. The first was professional education. So 17 of the 13 reimbursements were not in compliance, either because there was missing advanced written approval or the explanation did not identify why the professional education was related to the employee's current role or a benefit to SANDAG. Very similar again for certifications and licensing, 16 out of 20 had missing advanced written approval, and they also did not have an explanation stating why the certification was relevant to the employee's job. And lastly, 13 out of 18 professional memberships were missing advanced approval or did not have an explanation on how the professional membership was relevant to the employee. Now, with that said, I want you to know that when we reviewed them, they were valid. They just lacked that pre-approval and explanation, but they weren't invalid expenditures. We also had three recommendations for this finding. Was first to create standardized forms for all those various professional development expenditures, to update the procedures to make sure that we are documenting that pre-approval and a valid explanation. And lastly, to provide training to employees on the reimbursements. So I would like to thank SANDAG management. They were very cooperative and jumped on these recommendations right away and already had some of them in the works before we even finished the audit. I am happy to take questions from myself or my team member now, or I can pass it over to Melissa to present management's response, whatever you would like.
Good morning. I'm just knocking over Courtney's bottle of water here as I get myself situated. Thank you, though. Appreciate the summary of the audit, and thank you for the opportunity to tell you a little bit about management's perspective with regarding the audit. Courtney mentioned the cooperation that occurred as we went through the audit. I was a point of contact with the team and can certainly attest to that. Also, I wanted to point out management responded to the audit. That's our letter to the auditor is included in your package. I believe it's on page 112 of your agenda. And what I would highlight there for you is that management took no exception to any of the findings that came from the audit, and absolutely agree with all 7 of the proposed recommendations, which have been incorporated into an action plan. That action plan also is included in your package. I believe it starts on about page 113. And Courtney and her team, I think, in laying out those recommendations, gave us an excellent roadmap for bringing about the improvements, very actionable items that we intend to undertake. As Courtney noted, there are a group of recommendations that are related to our practices for obtaining approvals for travel prior to it occurring, as well as for expense reimbursements. Also weaving in improvements to our policies. That work is already underway, as well as training with the staff who are responsible for that function. The second group of recommendations pertain to those professional development expenses, and in a similar manner, looking to strengthen our policies, our descriptions of procedures that staff should undertake in requesting professional development expenses, and then for managers and directors in approving those expenses. We anticipate completing the first body of work by the end of March. The second body of work we laid out to be done by the end of June, although I do expect that that will be done sooner. And we'll continue to coordinate with Courtney and her team as we work our way through the action plan. Again, just appreciate the opportunity to work with the audit team to receive these recommendations and put them in place. And Chairwoman Vargas, thank you for the opportunity, and happy to answer any questions from our perspective.
Thank you. I'm excited about this, but I'm going to turn it over to the public first for comments.
Thank you. I have 7 public commenters on this item. The first, Ellen C., please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Michael Brando.
I have here a picture, probably Pulitzer Prize winning. Here we see the auditor's last go around report on all the corruption. Last year, Mary had a devastating report on the corruption and all the waste, tax, and abuse. The COVID-19 stipends, stay the hell away from. My city council member is right now facing the DA on court charges for using PP funds, and yet you're putting stipends, yet your salaries never stopped. So drop that like a hot potato. Look at these findings, more than half of each of these, there's failure. Do you see that board I put up right there? And this fall, you're talking about another sales tax? Good luck. The taxpayers are fed up and we see all this question. I appreciate you guys' report. That's great, but it shows the problems we have. And what are you going to do? More training. Last year, Mary's report, nobody was fired. Taxpayers are waking up. I yield back.
Our next commenter, Michael Brando, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Consuelo, who will be followed by Truth.
Remember the 1983 song by The Fix, One Thing Leads to Another? Well, one lie leads to another lie leads to another. I agree with him about the COVID stipends. How many of you actually stood up against the counterfeit pandemic? If you had, we never would have even had this thing called COVID stipends. So then the next step was we would never need to have money spent on auditors to look into that. See, this is about bearing things one thing after another, and it becomes just incredibly blatant what's going on. Another thing, all this travel, all you people, including you, Jacktivist Shoe, about greenhouse gases. What are you doing flying around all these places? The airplanes creating all these GHGs? Hypocrisy. Again, educate yourself. These two books, I know you're not stupid. Read it. Read both of them.
Thank you. Your time expired. Consuelo, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Truth, who will be followed by Mark.
Yeah, so what's nuts is that we need an auditor for the people that are supposed to be trusted in the first place. More funds being wasted, our funds. The entire system needs improvement, but since it was built broken, here we are. There's so many more audits in the county that need to happen. Many of you have mismanaged your jobs big time. Majority of the people in the county have lost hope in our local corrupt government, hence why there's only the same handful of folks throughout the county that show up. People don't trust you. People don't have faith in you. People are, all stressed. First of all, they can't show up here because they're juggling 3 or 4 jobs. And yeah, I do hope that the people who have lost a lot of things in the flood, in the storm, I hope that you do help them, because I know one thing our county is great at is being federal whores and getting money.
Our next commenter, Truth, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Mark, who will be followed by our first virtual commenter, Paul the Bold.
All right, travel reimbursements need to end. It's cost the taxpayers over $1.1 million just for people at SANDAG to travel. All while they expect us to stay put and reduce VMT and GHGs. Put your money where your mouths are, or be quiet. And who flew to DC to a $310 hotel without written approval? Was that Nora emitting tons of GHGs on her DC legislative politicking trip that she didn't want me to address? Maybe that's because it might have really been to attend Vice Chair of the racist Planned Parenthood Action Fund, Natalie Reyes's promotion. And for cell phone allowances, I demand every single rep's text messages and call records. Why? Because Jacktivist Shoe said people's privacy doesn't matter. Again, put your money where your mouth is. And about 54% of SANDAG employees are getting a taxpayer-funded education, while 78% are getting taxpayer-funded certificates and licenses, and 72% have taxpayer-funded memberships for no reason, no evidence as to why, just because they can. And those COVID-19 allowances, I watched those virtual meetings. That's when corruption and collusion was able to go undetected. Not anymore. Those times are over. Get over them.
Mark, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Paul the Bold, and then our final commenter, the original draw.
$1.14 million for board members and employee travel and other business-related expense reimbursements. That's an absurd amount. Also, it says here that, and I'm just repeating what she said in her report, our audit found that approval for employee travel included adequate supporting documentation needs and improvements. Additionally, we found advanced written approval was not documented in several instances. Not only are things not being documented correctly, which is absurd for the amount of money that everyone here gets paid for every little thing they do. But I don't want Nora taking trips perhaps to Europe, or people coming from Spain to tell us how the hell we should run America, which is against everything the founding fathers ever talked about. One of their main points was people from afar that are not under your governance, under the governance of the people they're ruling. Rules for thee, not for me.
Your time expired.
Yeah, of course.
Our next commenter, Paul the Bold. You'll be followed by the final commenter, the original draw. Paul the Bold, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Paul Bold. Welcome, Courtney. It is shocking that more than half of the professional education, certification, and licensing and management travel had undocumented approval, undocumented reason, and for only a quarter of your employees. It's a good thing that these few things were caught and good recommendations. But I mean, you got to get it under control. Of course, it is nice to travel and get good ideas, not of course to stay in swanky places and eat like a billionaire like the last CEO. However, I have a feeling that with all the trail of corruption or ideas which are coercive or harmful to the people of this county, if not state, and maybe Mexico too, many of these, if not most, you will be pretty busy here. Thank you.
Final commenter, the original draw. Please go ahead.
Here again, we're paying you guys to engage in treason. It's so interesting because as Michael was saying, it's all based off of a lie, and you guys are using COVID-19 to, try and shut people down and act like that's going to be the way to get people out of their cars. And then you were so bummed it didn't work. So it's very sad that we are paying you to engage in lies, to sit here and, tell us and demonize driving and traveling because of, the GHGs that it emits. But you guys sit here and you go travel across the world to engage with globalists who don't have our best interests at heart. Then when the people want to say what they want to say, the ones that are paying for you to go and do all of these nefarious things, you don't want to hear a lick from them. You want to shut them up and tell them to just go away. We're your boss and we're paying for all of this crap. You guys get all of these things out of the people's pocket when people work really hard and don't even have this kind of an allowance to go and do a bunch of nefarious things and destroy the county. So it's pretty ridiculous. Like, all of you should be audited and looked into because none of you are upholding your oath and doing what you are there to do.
That concludes the public comments on item 11.
I have a clarifying question. I'm going to turn it over to questions and comments, but this is an informational item, and I'm wondering if we should have a practice of making a motion to accept the recommendations so that could be on record. I don't know if that's appropriate or not. If not, that's fine.
By hearing it, you're effectively accepting it.
Okay. All right.
If you accept it for a particular purpose to direct staff to do something that's different, but right now you have accepted it by hearing it. So the way that it's agendized, I believe, is proper, but ultimately this is the auditor's item and I would defer to her.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to say that I appreciate all the deep dive in that. It's your month 2? So appreciate that all of you are working together well, and I was able to read the management's letter as well, and that we're thoroughly creating timelines so that we can be, as transparent and as accountable as possible. So I'm going to turn it over to Luz and then maybe council members.
Thank you very much, Chair Vargas. Thank you very much, Ms. Courtney Ruby, Mr. Zito. I appreciate this report. It's very clear. It is concise. There's not a lot that, you you end up buried in trying to figure out what the point is. I think this report is exactly the type of reports that I like to see because it makes it easy for me to convey the information to people that are asking about these things, but not necessarily in tune to all of the nuance that's happening. So thank you for the clear language. Thank you very much, Ms. Kofelt, for presenting the management's response. I think there's a lot of synergy here. There's a lot of harmony, and I truly appreciate that. I was going to make a motion to accept the report, but if it's not necessary, I accept the report. Thank you.
Councilmember Moreno.
Excellent first audit. I just wanted to thank you, and I look forward to the work ahead.
All right. Thank you again for your presentation and for all the information. With that, the next item on the agenda is item number 12, the toll road operations update. So as we have our team come up to share, actually it's Ray. I just want to say that, again, this is a very important issue for all of us. Making sure that we have an action plan as we move forward is critical and important. I also want to make sure that obviously that we're finding equitable solutions to ensure that our community we have solutions for them, but then also that we're holding our consultants accountable. And then I also specifically, as the representative that oversees, the toll road 125 particularly is something that is very important to so many of us. And we've been talking about the removal of the tolls. And so it's two different things, but I wanted to just share that we'll be bringing together the folks that are impacted by the 125 toll so that we can get an update. We can come together, try to prioritize this at SANDAG and so that we are moving forward. And so we'll keep you all posted on that because I think this is extremely important, especially, for our communities south of the 8. And so with that, yes, ma'am.
Yes. So just to kick this off, and in response to what the chairwoman brought up, the questions that are coming up about the toll removal, how we pay that off. We're going to be working on a separate workshop to invite the community and representatives from that area to talk about the options on how to handle that going forward. Today, what we're doing is responding to the question that you all had about how can we minimize the expenses that we are paying consultants to help us fix the operational system at the toll road. And you specifically asked us to look at the contracts with ETAN and HNTB, and then what work our staff could do in place of what some of the consultants could do. So that's what we're here to report out to you today, and I'll turn it over to Ray.
Thank you very much. So just as a reminder, when we brought this item to you 2 weeks ago, we estimated that it would cost about $1.3 million to continue to use ETAN for the next year during the transitional period. And we had estimated about $500,000 in consulting costs with HNTB for their oversight and management of the ETAN system. Over the last 2 weeks, we have met with the team and we have met with the two vendors. We met with the CEOs of the companies to figure out how we can minimize the amount of cost in these two areas. In terms of ETAN, what we've determined is that we have to maintain the ETAN system for the next year because without it, we would not have a tolling system. If we don't have a tolling system, we would lose approximately $40 to $50 million in revenue during the transitional period. And that would push off paying off the bond. And in addition to that, we would need to disclose that to our bondholders. So we have to have the system up and running. We talked with the president and the CEO of ETAN, and they've agreed to work at a discounted rate for us over the next year and to support us and cooperate through the transition to the Deloitte A to B system. The new cost on that should be approximately $1 million, so about a 30% discount in what it's costing to have that up and running. In terms of HNTB and the daily management, I met with the team and the team has determined that we can take over the daily management of the ETAN contract. So we would no longer be using HNTB for the update meetings that we did on a regular basis. And we would attempt to solve as many of the issues internally as we could using our existing staff. However, there is subject matter expertise that exists with HNTB that we might need to tap into at some point over the next year as we do this transition. We worked with HNTB and they agreed to issue us a $50,000 credit against which we could charge the work that we might need from them. And so as of right now, what we're anticipating doing is managing it ourselves. If anything comes up that we cannot solve, we will be calling them. We'll have to pay them an hourly fee for the work. And we may exceed the $50,000. I don't know what that number looks like because we don't know what type of things we're going to encounter in the next year. But my commitment to the board is that we will do everything we can to minimize the cost that we're spending to do this transition. And with that, Chair, I'll hand it back over to you.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open it up for public comment, and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
Thank you. I currently have 5 public commenters on this item. Alan C., please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Michael Brando, who will be followed by Truth.
The PowerPoint. It is very confusing. Back in 2011, we used transit funds to pay for that road, taxpayer money. Transnet promised the taxpayers you would expand the freeways, including 125. And yet now you sucked up another $40 million last vote to increase the extension on paying the toll that we already paid for through Transnet. We were promised freeways. Transnet closed the books. People are pissed. There's so much corruption, and now there's going to be more corruption when you put in a new collection agency. We own it. We paid for it back in 2011 through Transnet funds that the voters are promised to expand the freeways. Connect the dots. Were you ready? As far as 15 North, we were promised freeways, not an expressway. You look at his report last week, saw that picture, the regular lanes are completely clogged and the express lane had maybe 2 or 3 cars that the few people who can't afford it are paying. It's wrong.
Your time expired. Michael Brando, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Truth, who will be followed by Mark, and our final commenter, the original draw.
I have a dear friend that said to me that regarding truth, listen for what's not being said. Listen for what's not being said. And of course, on the surface, all of this is about toll charges and the toll road. Okay, we get that. And people are very angry about all of this. But the deeper truth about what's not being said is that this has to do with smart growth. And I saw an award out here. This organization got an award for smart growth. And SMART is an acronym for sustainability, monitoring, assessing, rating, tracking, everyone. You see what's going on? Again, this all ties back to Behind the Green Mask. This book goes for like over $100 now. It's like they're trying to hide it. And the COVID-19 Great Reset, it all ties to that. Please, have a conscience. Thank you.
Truth, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Mark and then the original draw. And I will allow one last public commenter, Paul the Bold, whose hand was raised prior to my announcing the final comment.
Okay, what Alan meant to say is that tolls result in racist inequity. A $2 million discount from a company that screwed up. How much do they cost an hour when SANDAG comes crawling back? That's what wasn't said. Is the reason there was no information provided prior to this meeting because the top corruptors at SANDAG are hoping to deter media and community backlash at the fact that our reps get shut down on their inquiries about it? Talk about lack of transparency.
I take offense. I take offense to that. I really take offense to that, and I find that very offensive.
I'm offended. And isn't that convenient that everyone who worked on the past broken toll system are all gone? Some even fired. That means somebody here tolerated the rottenness and the brokenness for a long time. The best idea to reduce the cost of the new back office system was Terry's idea of abandoning the toll. But of course, SANDAG has such high contractual debt obligations to pay back the cost of doing corrupt business, is what we call that. But it's ironic though, because enough of this broken system and soon you guys won't be able to afford the toll either. We're going to have real equity soon, like communism. It's not just the tolls though, because SANDAG itself is a broken
time
system.
expired. Mark, please come to the podium.
Nobody is worried about climate change. Nobody, I mean, a tiny group of freaks, but basically you guys are are going along with a federal government, I don't know what they call it, mandate. You're required to do it to get money. Your responsibility to your oath, to the Constitution, is to call this out for being unconstitutional and not support it. And it never occurred to you guys to actually take a stand and do what you're supposed to do. Obviously, we paid for these roads, and for us to pay to use roads we paid for is absurd. Even a child could see that. There's no defending your position. So here you are doing totally totalitarian programs, to be exact, authoritarian corporate oligarchy programs from the federal government that you shouldn't be supporting, that are unconstitutional, unjust, unethical, but legal. Such bullshit.
Our next commenter, the original draw, will be followed by the final commenter, Paul the Bold. The original draw, please go ahead.
You guys are funny because it's like the only reason we bring this out is because it was exposed on the media. And so we have to do something about it. And so we're going to just continue to go down the same shenanigans path, because as you talk about, you know, needing to pay for the road, it's like, even though we already paid for it, you're like, we need the people to pay for it again, because you know what, if it was open and everybody could use it and there was no toll, people would drive more. And Jack Shoe, you know, that's so dangerous, right? Especially alone. I mean, we cannot be having this. Right. So it's like, we're never going to get rid of it, because then it's going to incentivize people. And it's about total control and getting them out of their cars. So if you make it easier for people to travel, right, like you claim you do all the time, or like, we're making it easier, we're giving you more options, when in fact you're taking them away and making it impossible for people to get around. And we're continuing to pay for it. So you'll never take it away, and you'll have us double pay for everything and anything that comes to be. So, you know, I just look forward to other things being exposed so that, you know, we can just continue to show the world just how corrupt you guys are. Actually, it's not us showing them, it's you. You're so good at it.
Your time expired. Our final commenter, Paul the Bold, please go ahead.
No agenda attachments, not very transparent, like SANDAG, like Transnet. Not sure why you want to continue using broken systems for the toll, but a good strategy to reduce impacts to Transnet program, and I include the toll-paying public and the impacts to the program, by the way, would be to bite the bullet and seriously consider Councilmember Gasterland's recommendation to pause taxes on I-25 for a year while the system is changing and new equipment is coordinated with parts of broken system. The fact is that Transnet is now broken and has been for at least 6 years, and any new changes you make are basically an experiment until proven. In this light, it is not logical to have people paying into a broken system, and increases your legal liability dramatically, since it is now public knowledge that it is broken.
Your time expired. That concludes the public comments on this item.
Vice Chair, Mayor Huebner.
Yes, thank you. And thank you so much, Ray, for your continued oversight of this and digging into it and finding out what's going on and putting in place recommendations to get to the bottom of it and change it and have this not happen again. This is listed as an informational item, but I think it would benefit all of us if we actually make a motion, and I've got a suggestion for a motion here just to ensure that we get some of these concepts that you outlined done. And that would be to direct staff to implement the proposed cost reduction measures and take all necessary steps to minimize continued funding to both ETON and HNTB, while at the same time ensuring the tolling system works and that there's a successful transition to the new back office system.
Happy to second.
Thank you.
I second the motion.
Oh, I'll let you second. You can go ahead and second it. All right. I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Mayor Krantz.
Thank you. I too appreciate the effort that you've made, Ray, and in tackling this disastrous situation, and look forward to transitioning to a functioning system as quickly as possible. I'm one of those guys that's old enough to remember paying a toll to go across the Coronado Bridge, and it's now free. And I believe since we have secured the bonds to purchase this toll road, that with these tolls, it's important that we continue this program. And we will one day get to the point where I think people are driving on that road free. The negotiations that you did with both of these vendors, I think was really important. It tells us a lot about both of the vendors. My own experience in the printing business is that unfortunately, a customer occasionally misses something in their proof. They sign the proof, it gets printed, and then it needs to be reprinted. And in our business, we make that reprint as painless as possible. We reduce the cost. And so both vendors have stepped up to that and agreed to participate in the pain. I'm a little disappointed in HNTB that their offer is not as generous as the vendor that is on its way out the door, given the long-term partnership and the many other contracts that they have with this agency. So I would hope that as an organization and as a board, we would seriously consider that fact and look to make sure that when we are agreeing to other contracts, that HNTB may be bidding to perform, that we keep this in mind. And my hope is that Ray and his team can manage the transition without exceeding the $50,000 credit. I look forward to resolving the situation. So thanks again. I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Mayor Jones?
Thank you, Chair. I was very concerned about what we were doing here, and I do have a couple of questions for you. So on ETAN, so they're very integral in this whole thing moving forward, it seems like, just based on kind of what you've said.
Well, if you think about ETAN is like an air traffic control system, they're the back office tolling system. They are the software that runs the toll operations. And so without them hosting this in the cloud for us and allowing us access and doing all of the things that a tolling system does, we would have no way to charge tolls on the roads.
Okay, so they are handling both 125 and the 15, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is HNTB also managing both the 15 and the 125?
There's no more management on the 15. It's really with the vendor ETAN. So,
okay. So
they manage the ETAN contract, or they did.
Okay. So we've already paid, though, HNTB $4.3 million, and they failed. They failed their management part of this, in my opinion. I mean, just based on everything that you've said, you don't have to answer me yes or no, because I don't want to put you in the hot seat. However, based on everything that has been said, they have failed. So I personally am okay with ETAN because they are integral in this process. However, you've already said that you felt that and you said this at the last meeting also, that we could internally do the management of this. I have a problem spending, as we talked about the last meeting, and Mayor Krantz had discussed this as well, spending one more penny on a company that is doing management that has literally failed. So I would like to make a substitute motion to move forward with the ETAN as proposed, but to eliminate HNTB from this process. I think, we've already paid them $4.3 million. They failed, and I think that if we don't take this action today, we are failing San Diego County taxpayers. So that'd be my motion.
I'm happy to second for discussion purposes. I have a couple questions myself.
Good.
Should I go now? Okay, thanks. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Ray, I think in the discussion that we had relative to HNTB and ETAN, basically where $50,000 credit is proposed here, and what was it, 350 per hour?
Approximately, yes.
Approximately
yes.
350 per hour. So it was my understanding that we needed to have access to HNTB, but we didn't need to have a contractual $4 million blow here.
We don't need a $4 million blow. So HNTB has some subject matter experts on staff that know things about the tolling system that we don't know. They've been working on this since day one. And every once in a while, something comes up where our staff looks at it and we're not quite sure why it's doing what it's doing. And HNTB will step in and help us figure out why it's broken. And so that subject matter expertise is what we wanted to be able to tap into as we do this transition over the next year. Because as we transition over, if something happens and our staff doesn't understand why, it could take us weeks or months to figure it out, where it might take HNTB a much shorter amount of time because they understand the system. So with that, this $50,000 credit would be spent to bring that individual back, into the work plan to answer those questions for us.
Thank you for that. I'm wondering if the mayor would be comfortable with using language that is reflective of no more expenditures past the $50,000 credit and not engaging in a $350 an hour scheme. I feel like this could be resolved in a year. So I think we could probably go that route if you're comfortable with that type of language.
Possibly, but let's not forget, they had actually, someone had disconnected the actual toll equipment. HNTB had to have known that because they had to have known for a prolonged amount of time. $1.8 million is nothing to sneeze at. They lost that money for us. So
I want to make sure she tells you it was actually us that disconnected it. So you want to just.
It was us that disconnected?
Yeah, so can we give me 1 second?
Well, that's interesting. That's the first I've heard of this. Okay, I didn't actually hear that part. So we disconnected it knowingly.
Okay, so just to clarify, when we had the revenue loss previously, that was on the hardware. That's a totally different system than what we're talking about, which is the software system. So it's HNTB and ETAM that are helping us with the software. The hardware system we had was old, and we had our teams out there trying to fix it. It was during COVID, and the new hardware that was supposed to come in, everything was delayed. So we had our team going and taking parts from one place to another, and there were parts that weren't operating. So that was us when we had that revenue loss, and that's when we came to you and let you know we had this loss. Here's what happened. We've been able to repair this, and now that hardware is up and running. The system we're talking about now is the software piece. So those are two different things. And I thought I did mention that at the last meeting because I think there were questions about that previous loss. So that is a different subject.
Okay, well, thanks for the clarification on that. But now you actually make me think about something about that. And that is, so we disconnected it, but the board wasn't informed until after the fact. So we weren't informed to say, hey, we've got a problem. We have to disconnect this for a while. And then, I know this is sort of unrelated, but I didn't realize that. I must have missed that part of it.
It wasn't intentionally disconnected. I think the staff thought they were moving things around. They didn't know that parts weren't working that they had tried to replace. And so that's once we noticed that there was a shortfall in collections, that's when we came to you and said, there's been a shortfall. We went back and looked and realized that some of the fixes that we were trying to do weren't actually working. So turning it off is that's not actually what happened. They were doing the fixes in the field.
So the software.
During the transition period, right?
But the transition on the hardware side.
So the software doesn't notify you that there's an issue, which kind of seems weird to me. You would think if part of your system's not working, that your software would say, we got a problem, this isn't working.
That's when we got the reports from the software that showed the loss in revenue. Then we went to check at what was happening with hardware. That's when we asked the field workers. They said, we've been trying to work with these different parts while we wait for the new hardware system to come in. And then we reported that to the board that we recognized this loss. We saw where the system had not been working, went out and repaired that. And within a few months, then we had the hardware system up and working.
And what was the period of time for that?
I'd have to go back and look.
Okay, I'm just saying that, okay. So let's just get back to, I guess, what we're deciding here today. I personally am still uncomfortable. If it's $50,000 versus $500,000, I truly believe that we shouldn't pay one penny more, but I could get on board of
I think, yeah,
$50,000.
and it's a $50,000 credit. I'm
Okay.
just trying to clarify my
Okay.
amendment.
So, yeah, but we're gonna go one at a time. So is there anything else?
No, I don't think so. I mean,
Okay,
I guess I would
just had,
amend my.
there's a lot of other
motion.
colleagues that want
Yeah,
to come. Okay,
sure.
so I'm gonna go ahead and, Councilmember Xu.
Hi, Ray. I just wanted to see if we could clarify a few items that was mentioned during this discussion. And these are real quick questions. Were any transit funds involved with 125 in its past history?
Andre, can you answer that question, please?
So to answer the question, when we initially purchased the full facility, it was at a 35% amount versus what was initially paid for by the initial vendor. So it was a $1 billion facility. SANDAG purchased it for 350 million, and a portion of Transnet funds was initially used to purchase the facility.
And so, but the Transnet funds that purchased it were not, it was actually, we used it, do we have to repay that Transnet funding because it was not one of the projects? Or how does that make up, deal with the bond that we have for 125?
So a portion of Transnet was actually donated to the facility from the Major Corridor Program, and a portion of it was a loan. When we refinanced the debt back in 2017, we had some TIFIA loans that were repaid, and we had the Transnet loan that was also repaid for at that time was about $55 million.
So that's the bond that we're paying off with the current revenue.
Correct. So when we issued the bonds for about $225 million was to refinance and pay off some of the TIFIA loans, some of the Transnet loan, and currently there's about $167 million of that loan outstanding today.
Thank you. And we're projecting that we will be paying these by 2027, is it? Is that the current projection with current revenue?
Not exactly. When we issued the bonds in 2017, their bonds go out till 2043. However, there's a 10-year partial on the bonds. So in other words, the first time we could pay off the bonds would be in 2027. So in 2027, if we had sufficient funds in our reserve accounts, we could potentially pay off the loan.
I see. So we could potentially pay it off in 2027. So even if we allocated some funding for it, we wouldn't be able to do this until 2027.
Correct. In fact, the state recently gave us $20 million towards paying off the bonds, but we have put that in a separate account earning interest that potentially in 2027, if we can't pay off the entire bonds, we could potentially defease at least a portion of them.
Thank you. Ray, you and I talked about when Caltrans may be able to, or at least when Caltrans is scheduled to take over the maintenance of 125. What's the current date for that from Caltrans?
Well, currently they would take over the maintenance of this after we paid off the bonds in 2042, but we are now in conversations with Caltrans to try to understand what would the impact be if we paid the bonds off early.
So that still needs to be worked out if we were fortunate enough to pay it off in 2027.
Yes.
Okay, that's great. And just for clarification, the contract, the HMTV, is actually giving us credit for this consultation. Of course, we would like more than what they may be offering. One last question is, if we don't use that credit, would they give us the cash back?
I don't think they would give us the cash back, but they would be they're giving us a credit that we can charge against. So it's not going to cost us any money for that first $50,000 worth of work that we would do with them.
Okay, thank you. So that's just, I just wanted to clarify that we're not paying them $50,000. They're giving us a credit for some consultation up to a certain amount. If we need more consultation, we may have to go and ask for that. And just to be clarifying, they have some expertise that it's hard to find, or we don't know who else has it.
Well, it's hard to find, and it's also It has to do specifically with our system. The person that we use as the consultant at HNTB was with SBX before we bought the toll operations, and now works at HNTB and has in-depth knowledge of how the tolling system works, this particular tolling system works, and was with us during the entire transition to the ETN software. So she understands the nuances of how the data flows through the system. And she is the subject matter expert on this particular project. Now, there are other people at HNTB too who have worked alongside her over the last couple of years implementing the system. But there are questions that we just don't have the expertise to answer potentially. And that's why we have this buffer to go back and ask her these questions if they arise during the next year.
So given the substitute motion that's on the floor, do you think that may be somewhat restrictive and ultimately potentially could hurt us if we pass the credit amount, but need another, 8 hours of consultation? We'll be prohibited from doing that.
It could be restrictive because the problem that we have is that we're essentially taking out an entire system and replacing it with another one. And there may be things in the next year that come up that we can't answer. Why the old system is doing what it's doing, or it may have run into a glitch between now and the end of the term that needs to get fixed. We do not know what's going to happen in the next year. So it's very difficult to say that it's going to cost any certain amount. Best case scenario is that we don't have to use them at all. But if you look back historically at where we've leaned on HNTB for their subject matter expertise, we would estimate that there will be probably 2 to 3 times in the next 11 months where we would have an issue, whatever that issue is, where it would require subject matter expertise to understand what is happening. And so the 50,000 could be very restrictive if we run into some problems.
Thank you. I'll be voting against the motion because I really don't want to bind the hands of our staff in trying to resolve this process.
So
the substitute motion.
Yeah, okay. Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Duncan.
Thank you. I really appreciate the comments of all the other board members and to a large extent agree with them completely. Mayor Kranz's point that $50,000 is a fairly small amount given our relationship with HNTB, I completely agree with. And I just want to make sure from a legal perspective that obviously accepting that credit, we're not reaching any type of agreement with them in regard to any potential liability on this matter. That's just a credit that maybe could offset something if there ever is anything. And I know that may be a closed session item down the road to discuss, but I just want to make sure that that is true.
Anything that you can share?
I'll just share that I'm not aware of any condition on acceptance of that conditions it on waiving any rights that we have under the contract.
Okay, well, we could easily reply to that to them that is the case. So it's a very short couple sentences to ensure that that is the case and not potentially used against us down the road other than as an offset. But Ray, and you could correct me if I'm wrong. I always appreciate your candor and especially how even keeled and professional you are at our board meetings. When we talked, I did get the clear message from you that you thought that it would be a large mistake to cut HNTB out, almost to the extent, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, almost like cutting off our nose to spite our face, given the extreme knowledge that this one individual at HNTB has. Is that accurate, or is something changed, or am I misunderstanding?
No, I mean, that's accurate. I mean, what you're asking us to do is to, replace a very sophisticated piece of software and keep another one running for a year. And we don't have that expertise in-house. And I think that's where, we were kind of hung up at the last board meeting, is that we don't know how this existing piece works very well. And so not having HNTB's expertise, something could happen down the line where we just cannot answer the question. And it's potentially true that they could answer the question if we asked them or could pay for their expertise. I don't know that in-house, I know in-house we do not have the expertise to answer some of the questions that might come up. The problem is I don't know what questions will come up in the next year because we haven't done something like this before where we're sunsetting this particular project and bringing in another one and trying to do this within a 1-year time period.
So I appreciate that. I have one other, question. I don't know if you have any color to add for the board, but to me, this could have been fairly easy. I think if HNTB had granted us $100,000 credit, we could have limited without further board approval up to $100,000, the $100,000 spend of that credit and potentially move forward. And if something came up beyond that, as you expressed, we could have come back to the board if we were going to pay for that. 50 is very limiting. So my question is, what do you feel about the 50? And not in the sense of whether they owe us more, there's liability, but in the sense of your belief. I know unexpected, but what do you believe right now you think the cost will be for HNTB, whether it's a credit or a payment?
My personal belief is that the 50,000 is probably low for what we might need, given the hourly charge, but that is what they were willing to give us. Probably it'll end up costing more. I just don't know. I don't know how much, because again, I don't know what we will run into in the future. And we're going to do everything we can not to use them on this project to exceed that 50,000. But it is limiting, if that's what your question is, yes.
And just on, and I know I mentioned this at the prior board meeting, but in regard to both using eTown and having them have like so much control over this data that we don't have, and HNTB was our owner representative having knowledge that we don't have. I just think it's something we really need to look at in the future on any, especially a major project, because in reality, what's really being said to the board is, hey, you're held hostage by these two vendors. You have to do this or you're going to suffer a much larger financial pain. It's almost like, some hacker takes over your computer and says, if you don't pay me $100,000, you're going to lose 100 million. So pay me. Maybe that's a little excessive, but they were our owner's representative, and I just cannot get over the fact that they bear no liability as a proposal. But in any event, I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fine.
Ray, what do you? How fast do you think this would be going if you were about to breach the $50,000 limit? Would coming back to another board meeting to give more approval, would that be a limiting factor for you? Or do you think there'll be enough time when you're realizing that you're going to need more expertise and you're going to hit that threshold?
Well, the problem is you don't know when you're going to run into the problem, right? So I suppose if we use up the first $40,000, we would come and ask you for additional capacity if that's something that would happen. But I don't know, again, because I don't know how much time goes into this. It could be that the question takes an hour or two to answer, and it could be that the question requires 100 hours of research. We don't know at this point.
I guess, and that's with your experience with software. I mean, do you think there could be a dynamic, complex problem that could use up half of that in one swoop?
Well, it very much could, because if we need them to help us understand what the customer accounts and whether or not they're in balance, for instance, that's the next step. Once we get the contract to move the software over, we're now looking at all 90,000 customers to make sure that everybody has the money in the accounts that were supposed to be there. And if during that process we need to use them, that could be extremely lengthy. But we won't know that until the end of February, when our external consultant Fagan, who is looking at this right now, tells us the extent of the problems with those accounts.
Okay. And the reason I asked is I'm trying to get consensus on the whole board for a motion going forward. I want to highlight and emphasize what Mayor Kranz said this meeting and last meeting. It's like you have a contractor who builds a new bathroom and you get there and the faucets don't work, it's leaking, tiles are falling off. You've already paid them your money and they go, oh, we'll fix it, but we're $200 an hour. And especially with a company like HNTB that has the size of their contracts and the relationship with us, you'd think they'd want to make it right. And I want to send that message that that's very important to the board and the whole board, that it's their responsibility as the owner's rep to get this in place, and they didn't. And it's very disappointing.
Second Vice Chair.
Yeah, I appreciate some of the comments that I just heard. I have had a real problem with HNTB myself, and the fact that we paid them $4.3 million, and it appears as if they delivered nothing to us. But my understanding from discussing things with you, Ray, and others is that, you know, our staff wasn't without fault also, that HNTB noticed things and brought them to our staff and they weren't escalated. But then again, HNTB could have probably said, hey, why aren't you doing anything? So it's just, you know, looking back at it, it's frustrating. There's fault, I guess, on all sides of this, but we are where we are. We have to have an operating toll system. And the only way to get it done is to continue to work with ETON. And then because of the special relationship where the individual who used to work for the predecessor to ETON now works at HNTV, that person has the expertise that we may need. At $350 an hour, that's about 140 some hours. I don't know how many hours it takes to fix an issue, but you did mention that you don't think it's adequate, yet I understand that you've already spoken with them to the extent that you can to try and get as much as you can out of them. I mean, you know, it is sort of frustrating and it's almost like a hacker, as Councilmember Duncan mentioned, but I do stand by my original motion. I really think it makes sense that we have to give you the flexibility to get this fixed. And of course, we would like to know at what time, you know, when you do know if it would exceed that 50,000 in credit. I don't know where the motions stand because I don't think that you seconded the change that the mayor.
She was kind of cut off from speaking, so I wasn't sure where she was going to go or ask the question. So I don't know where it stands either. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So maybe we're at that point, but I would just like to also point out I remember when we bought the toll road, the transit funds came from, and correct me if I'm wrong, but what my memory is that we had HOV lanes on the 805 that the rationale at the time, the reasoning was that the 125 would open up capacity on the 805. So that 805 money was moved to the purchase of the 125. And so that's how that all worked. But anyway, I will stop and let's get some clarification on a motion and see if we can get this thing done.
The one thing I could offer is to do a periodic report to the board on how we're burning through the $50,000 and let you know what type of work was being done and how many hours were spent on it.
Okay. And it probably has to be written because we don't want to wait until we have actual board meetings. I mean, right? And then, you know, just for the record, I didn't cut you off. I asked you if you need anything else, so go ahead.
So I would be okay to have them stay on for the $50,000 credit. But I would want it to come back to the board. I mean, it can always come back to us where we say, okay, well, here we are, we're at 35,000 and we know we're going to need a little more time. I really do not feel good about wasting taxpayer money. It really makes me very uncomfortable to know that we've spent $4.3 million with this vendor and they literally have not delivered. And I don't feel like we have just been really, I don't feel like it's been a transparent process. So my motion is that we would accept the 50,000 credit, but it would come back to the board and we would then make a decision. Yes.
Council, can you just help so that process is clear?
I believe that there is a substitute motion on the floor to move forward with ETAN, but to eliminate HNTB from the process. That was seconded. And at this point now, that motion belongs to the whole of the body, not to the maker and seconded of the motion, and it has to be disposed of.
I made a friendly amendment. That's all I was doing to what she had.
Again, a friendly amendment, once the motion is seconded, it belongs to the whole of the body, not to the maker or the seconded, or the seconder of the motion. So I don't think that there would be an allowance of a friendly amendment once it's been seconded, unless that's allowed by the whole of the body, whether directly or by unanimous consent.
So is she able to withdraw the motion?
She can withdraw the motion if there's a request and there's no objection by the board, that can be deemed allowed by the board by unanimous consent, and then we'd go back to the original motion.
Okay.
So I would withdraw my motion, but I have a substitute motion. Moving forward.
You can make a friendly amendment to the motion.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Would you like me to read the motion that I put on the floor and then you could amend it?
Well, let's do process first. So the first part is for you to withdraw your motion, right? And then the body accepts it.
Right, to request withdrawal of your motion, of your substitute motion.
Substitute motion.
Are you requesting that?
Yes, and then I have a
Okay,
substitute
just
motion.
say the first part.
Yeah.
Just say the
Okay,
first part
that's
for
fine.
process. Just help me
Yeah.
out here. Okay, for process, Mayor Jones is removing her substitute motion.
Is
What
there
else
any
do-
objection to that by any member of the body?
Okay, all right. Now we go back to our first motion that was introduced by the second vice chair, second by the vice chair from National City. And so now you're requesting to make an amendment to that motion. So I'm going to have her read the motion
Yeah.
and then you can make any request. So go
Okay,
ahead.
direct staff to implement the proposed cost reduction measures, take all necessary steps to minimize continued funding to Eton and HNTB while ensuring a functional tolling system and successful transition to the new back office system.
So would the maker of the motion accept that we accept the $50,000 credit and anything that is over and above that, that it would come back to the Board of Directors for an approval?
Okay, I would accept that we would accept the offers made by both Eton and HNTB. And if there's any change in that, that it comes back to the board with appropriate notice. Is that-
Well, not on Eton, because I feel like that is a cost that we have to incur. I'm thinking more of HNTB on the $50,000 credit.
Sure. So with 50, okay, we did make a deal with Eton, but so you're fine with if we
Yes,
go over
yes.
that?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So with it, that's fine. Then adding the sentence that we accept the $50,000 credit from HNTB and that if we see that staff sees that we are going over that you inform the board in a timely manner.
Okay. And then in the meantime.
Thank you. Yes,
Okay.
yes, thank you.
And we don't have to put it in the motion, but we have directed staff to ensure that we are getting updates on a continuous basis as you're using that. Okay?
Yes.
All right. So we have a motion and a second.
And
Please vote.
To
Yes, sir.
clarify, I want to treat this as with the other motion, that this is a motion that had been made and seconded. Is there any objection from any member of the body to allow this friendly amendment that's deemed allowed by unanimous consent?
Still have something to say if I could.
Yes,
Thank
council
you.
member.
Sorry. Thank you so much. I was just thinking about the $350 an hour that we that we're going to be charged. Once this $50,000 credit is used, to which I'm understanding that you think it will be, leveraging the fact that not only did they fail us first, now they failed us again, that we didn't get this done, because again, you don't have that expertise in-house. So we do, I feel like need them, but just thinking in terms of, well, now we don't need to pay $350. You're not doing what you said you were going to do. So leveraging that to lower the rate if we move forward above the $50,000. That's my only point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Give me a second, because now I have a couple of people on this.
Do I have to second it or? Sorry, do I have to second that because there was an amendment based on what I had said, or no, you've already done it? Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
just making
and
sure.
so
I didn't hear
and
you
this
accept
the
that.
seconder have
Sorry.
to-
It wasn't me.
Oh,
She accepted
yeah.
it.
Oh, okay.
And then,
All right.
and then council had to ask the whole body if the body was okay with that. And then the body agreed. There was silence. And then I was going to go ahead and make and then I said, let's take a vote. But then other people started asking that they wanted to speak. So I'm going to go back to. Okay, so council member, no, you're good. Council member Duncan.
I just want to restate because it's not in the motion. And if we have a motion that says we're going to accept this $50,000 credit, I just want to make sure it's fine if it's not in the motion, but that staff is directed to reply that we're not accepting this in resolution of any liability on this
Yeah, that's what I was
relationship.
really nervous about, but I'm hearing council say that it's okay. So I am glad that you're putting it on the record.
Understood and received.
Thank you.
Words matter. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Please vote. Everybody voted? No, I voted. Sorry. I was like, who's counting eight? Oh, man, I should have just let you vote. See, he's paying attention. All right. We're good, right? Okay, motion There you go.
The
Motion
motion
carries.
passes unanimously with those members present.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ray, for all the work that you're doing on this, and please keep us posted. Next item on the agenda is item number 13. Oh my God, thank you for light. This is our, we have a time I can't see. This is our first time seeing high-level details specific to what the projects and programs, policies and funding could look like for the 2025 regional plan. So I want to acknowledge the work that staff is doing specifically on this to incorporate the direction that we provided last year, over the past year. So we're asking everyone to be very involved. And so here we are, we've engaged the public, we've talked to staff, we've heard from our funding and regulatory agencies. And what we're hearing now is an opportunity for us to be able to move a step closer to actually having a regional plan. So I want to make sure we emphasize that this plan is based on data and transformation ideas. And then we're providing San Diegans with options that improve how we travel in our region. Our transportation is really, I mean, let's not forget, it's about creating networks and connecting folks to opportunities and, you know, everything else that they need. So as we've been doing from the beginning, I want to make sure that we encourage everyone to be open-minded, as with any major effort, that we're going to be doing things, you know, the way we need to. And so it's really important, though, that we're able to come to some sort of consensus to see that we have a plan that allows our region to continue receiving additional funding. So we all have a vested interest in making sure that this regional plan is one that is helpful for everyone. So I'm going to turn it over to Colleen, and then we're going to go from there.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman. And members of the board, this is probably one of the most important things that this agency is charged with, is coming up with the regional plan. This is a critical mandated activity that we are required to do every 4 years. And it is required if we're going to continue to get state and federal funding to match the local funds that we generate here. What's critical right now is this is our team's best effort at putting together a transportation network for today and looking out to the year 2050. And we've used data, and that's why Dr. Cindy Burke is here. She oversees all of our data science work, everything that we have in terms of the surveys that are done, the data that's collected on our current roadways, our projections in terms of population and jobs. Then Antoinette, who's our planning director, all that data goes to the planners to pull all of that together, along with input that we've received from all of you through the many workshops that we've had with you over in Conference Room 7, the workshops that we've had out in the community, and the public input that we've taken over the last several months. And then Susan Huntington, who oversees our budget and financial programming, has worked to put together what could be a potential way to fund this transportation network. And when we talk about the network, it's really a combination of improvements on the highways, improvements to public transit, it's bikeways, so it's all the different modes of transportation coming together. And a lot of that is based on what is in your local land use plans, what is anticipated to occur in your land use plans, and then overlaying that with the best possible transportation network to meet the region's needs now and into the future, that considers social equity, that considers all of the things that we have to comply with in terms of state and federal laws. So I'm very proud of the work that this team has done. I think most of you saw, hopefully, the email that came from the chairwoman earlier this week. This is our first cut at this. We are going to bring it back to you again on February 9th and go through it. We are offering briefings to all of you between now and the February 9th meeting. So today, the goal is really to get you all familiar with what we think is the best possible way forward, recognizing that we still will have to work with our state and federal agencies to ensure that it meets the law. So I'm going to turn it over to the team. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Colleen. Good morning. So over the last year, we've been doing a lot of work with you on setting guiding principles and goals and priorities for the regional plan. And all that's really culminated in the initial concept that we're going to be talking with you about today. I want to be clear what the initial concept is, though it's not a draft plan. Okay, this is a concept that we'd like to test in the transportation model to see if it performs well, if it achieves the state GHG reduction, if it meets our federal air quality conformity analysis, and then we can make adjustments to it from there. As Colleen said, this is the start of the conversation, right? Nothing is final yet. That's why you see draft on everything. We may find mistakes. There may be things that you want us to change. So what we'd like you to do is today we're going to be providing a lot of information. We'd like you to really dig into that over the next couple of weeks, talk about it with your technical staff. We're offering sub-regional briefings next week. So if you have questions, your staff have questions, you can jump online and get those questions answered so that we can come back at your next meeting on February 9th and get a lot of input and have a really good discussion on the initial concept. For the format today, we have a short presentation, then you will go into conference room 7 like you have for a lot of these workshops. There's 3 big tables that are set up, one for North County, one for Central and East County, one for South County. So if you remember, it's the same setup that we had when you had a workshop in there a few months ago. There are technical experts from SANDAG, from Caltrans, from MTS and NCTD at each of those tables there to walk you through the projects, take your questions. There's markers, there's stickies, so you can have at it, write your comments on the maps and things as well today. So this slide is really a summary of the process that we've been on with you over the last year to get to this point. So as Colleen mentioned, we start with collecting a lot of data. A few months ago, Dr. Burke shared with you all of the surveys that we've conducted to understand how people and goods are moving around the region, how people are crossing the border, telework habits, how goods are being delivered in the post-pandemic era. We've also been getting a lot of input from you in all of the workshops that we've been doing, and we've gone out and we've been talking to communities all around the region. All of that fed into what we call an unconstrained network. What does that mean? That is really the region's wish list of projects before we take into consideration available funding and any other constraints that we have with requirements and regulations. Once we do that, we really have to whittle down that network into this initial concept that is what's called fiscally constrained. That means there are funding sources available to pay for those projects over the life of the plan. So that's what the initial concept is. You have heard me say many times over the last year that this is probably the hardest plan that we've ever had to develop. And I want to make sure you understand why that is. And many of you have been involved in multiple plans, and you're probably wondering, why is this one so much more challenging than past plans? And that's because the federal and state requirements have changed a lot over the years. And those requirements make it harder for us to put together a plan that can reduce GHG and meet the air quality conformity. So this started really back in 2008. When Senate Bill 375 was passed. SB 375, or the Sustainable Community Strategy Act, required a lot of new things for regional plans, but most notable, it required that we demonstrate how the projects in the plan, how land use and transportation come together to achieve a specific greenhouse gas emission reduction target. And CARB, the California Air Resources Board, is the state agency that sets the target and approves the plan. So the original target for the region was a 13% per capita, so per person reduction in GHG by 2035 from 2005 levels. And for the 2011 and 2015 plan, this target applied. It added extra steps. It made the process a little more complicated for developing the regional plan, but it was really a pretty achievable target. Both of those plans met that target. We didn't have to make a lot of changes to projects that had been in the plans over the years. We had 20 years to implement projects that reduce VMT and GHG. But then fast forward to 2017 and things started to change. So in 2017, CARB released what they call a scoping plan, and that plan recognized that the state wasn't reducing GHG quickly enough. They weren't on track to meet state goals for climate change. And one of the things that it called for in order to start accelerating GHG reduction was increased stringency of SB 375 targets and the guidelines around how regional plans are developed. Shortly thereafter, CARB set a new target, and our target went from a 13% per capita reduction to a 19% per capita reduction in GHG. And this had a really big impact on the agency. We were in the middle of developing a 2019 plan, and it became pretty apparent that we were going to be very challenged with that plan to achieve the target. So the board at the time was successful in getting legislation to get a 2-year extension. They directed staff to go back to develop a plan that was aligned with state climate goals and policies and that would meet the target. And that became the 2021 plan and ultimately the amended 2021 regional plan. Now, this increased emphasis on reducing GHG and supporting state climate goals isn't really limited to CARB. Other state agencies have been implementing policies and strategies to reduce GHG and help the state meet its targets. And that includes the State Transportation Agency. In 2021, they adopted the CAPDI, the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure. And what this really does is change how transportation infrastructure investments are made moving forward. The state's focus is also on climate. It's on maintaining, it's on preserving, it's on operating what you have today, and more multimodal projects in the future that help to reduce GHG and BMT. Okay, now we're in the middle of developing the 2025 regional plan, and the rules are changing again. I think we've heard Councilmember Shu mention the carb scoping plan that was released back in 2022, and that calls for achieving carbon neutrality. It calls for increased targets for the state for both BMT and GHG. Those targets aren't going to affect the 2025 plan. Those won't take effect until 2026, but they are updating, clarifying the Sustainable Community Strategy guidelines, and that will affect the 2025 plan. Those changes are expected to take effect this year. We'll talk a little bit about what some of those are in a moment, but those changes will make it more difficult for us to get to our GHG target. I also want to point out that things have been changing at the federal level. So when we submit our plan to the federal government, what they're checking for is, do we meet our air quality requirements? This region is considered non-conforming. That means that our air quality doesn't meet federal standards, so that we have to do extra steps to demonstrate that projects in the plan won't worsen air quality, won't create any new air quality violations. The EPA released a new model to do that analysis, and that new model will make it more challenging for us to demonstrate that we will achieve the air quality requirements for the region. The federal government also is requiring states and regions to set GHG reduction targets. Now, I don't think this will affect our state because we already have GHG reduction targets, but I put it out here because there's an increased emphasis now at the federal level as well on GHG reduction, and probably more scrutiny around the plan that we submit to the federal government. So not only have the changes from the regulatory environment affected our plan, but there's new data, there's new modeling, there's new requirements for the funding programs that we count on, rely on the regional plan. So I'm going to have Cindy and Susan just really briefly talk a little bit about some highlights there.
Okay, so for every regional plan, we do a new forecast. And right now that is looking out till 2050 when our next regional plan will go to. And it's called our Series 15. And it looks at population, housing, and jobs in the region. And we'll be coming back in March sharing the data that we have at the sub-regional level for you with that. But at a high level, our population is, the growth is slowing. Between 2000 and 2020, we grew by almost 500,000 people. Between 2022 and 2042, we're only going to add another 140,000 people. And by 2042, we're actually going to start decreasing in population. What that means is you would think, oh, there's fewer people will be driving. But again, we have to get that reduction of 19% from 2005 per capita, which means per person, the average amount each person drives. And when we have fewer people there, it affects with our land use is one of the best tools we have in our toolbox to actually try to get that reduction in vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, and GHG, the GHG reduction. So when we have that, people may be driving more often, they may be driving further, transportation alternatives are less attractive. So that could have a negative effect on us making that 19% reduction. Population is also going to be getting older. We know that older people may be less likely to drive further because they're not commuting to a job. But we also know from our forecasts, and again, we'll share more information about how we get to those assumptions in the forecast, but that old people may be working longer than they did before. So again, that could have the opposite effect that we're hoping to get. The world's changing. When we did our last regional plan, the base year, the year that we're starting at was 2016. Our base year now is 2022. And we want to use the best, most valid, reliable, and up-to-date information. Well, the good news that could help us make the target more likely is we know that even though when there are more cars on the road, for those of you who are out there on the freeways trying to get down here or go home at the end of the day, wherever you're traveling to, there are more people driving. VMT is up, but it's not as up as it much was in 2016. We're still about 10 million miles lower. So that could have a positive effect and make it more likely that we do reach that 19% target. But in the other direction, we have a delivery picture there. We all know how much more deliveries are being made to our homes, either through Amazon, DoorDash, different types of companies, us getting on the roads. And we know from our travel surveys that people are using these delivery services, but then they're still going and doing shopping on their own too. So that all adds to our VMT. Those light Amazon, the trucks that you see on the road so often do count to our VMT. Telework, we have to make assumptions about that in our model. And we know that people, only about a third of jobs can be worked from home. And that during the pandemic, the height of it, people were 100% remote. But now we know that most people are hybrid when they're working remote, and that individuals who do work from home are still making some trips. And they're also, when they do come into the office or their place of work, they're more likely to drive solo. So there's less, it's harder, to participate in a van pool when people might have flexibility on what days they're going to the office, or if you're driving less often to the office, you might be more likely to drive solo or pay for parking, be willing to do that because you're doing it less often. So again, we have ups and downs there that are going to be affecting. And then as Antoinette mentioned, CARB, the regulating agency, is also creating some new requirements and strategies that they're making it a little bit challenging. When we did our amended 2021 plan, we got 18.6 and we could round up to 19%. Right now, it looks like we can't round up. So that 18.6 would have meant that we weren't eligible. We also got feedback from CARB when we turned it in terms of our technical methodology that we wouldn't have met our 2020 target of 15% if it hadn't been for the pandemic. So they're offering a lot more scrutiny than they did. They're requiring us being very strict with the assumptions that we could make, for example, about off-model calculators that relate to van pools. And then we also aren't going to be getting credit for EV charging programs, which in the last plan accounted for about a 2% reduction. So again, we don't have the modeling done yet. We're going to start doing that in May. Antoinette, after Susan talks, will share what happens if we don't get a compliant plan. But we are working hard to have the data ready to answer those questions.
Thank you, Cindy. So in the same way that legislation has changed the GHG reduction targets and data and modeling requirements, the funding programs we rely on for the regional plan have changed. We used to be able to access more robust funding programs with fewer requirements. Now the eligibility criteria for new and existing programs demand alignment with state and federal requirements, making it harder to fund projects. As you can see on this slide, the federal and state priorities which set climate and sustainability goals, and we provided here a direct quote from the FHWA website. Also, with the approval of IIJA, numerous competitive grants have been created which focus on improving aging infrastructure and multimodal projects. New funding is meant to modernize public infrastructure and move the nation to new forms of transportation, transit, bike, pedestrian, as well as unlock long-standing equity concerns. On the state side, numerous executive orders have been passed which regulate future funding and how it can be spent. Federal and state funds represent roughly 35 to 50% of the funding of our regional plans going back to the 2015 plan. So having projects which align with these priorities is necessary to bring taxpayer dollars back to the region through both the formula and competitive programs. As an example, back in October, this board approved a set of projects to fund out of the state STIP program, which is the formula state program, roughly $400 million. The state will be reviewing our proposed set of projects over the next couple of months to ensure that our proposal is in alignment with CAPTI before approving those revenue allocations. We've definitely seen increased discernment in the process to award funding at the California Transportation Commission. Projects requesting state funding must reduce GHG and align with the state's climate action plan. The additional federal and state regulations also affects how we use our precious Transnet funds. Strategically, we allocate major corridor Transnet funding not to entire funds, but to leverage outside state and federal dollars. We are much more successful at attracting outside funds when we have local skin in the game. Therefore, Transnet funds also will be spent on types of projects that follow the federal and state guidelines and priorities. And as we know, costs continue to go up and the current long-term revenue estimates are not going up based on the decline in the population in the region. The impact of all of this is that it makes it harder to have a revenue constrained plan while also meeting the federal and state requirements for air quality and GHG targets. Back to you.
All right, so I think the key thing that we want you to take away from the conversation is that it used to be a lot easier in previous plan cycles to come up with a compliant plan. We had a lot more options. We had different policies and projects and programs that helped us to achieve the GHG reduction target that either are no longer available to us or that aren't available to us at the same degree. So the 2% reduction that we got from our investments in zero emission vehicles, we're not going to be able to take that same credit moving forward because the state and the federal government are making a lot of investment in that area and they don't feel like the region's investment is needed. The rounding that we were able to take advantage of with the amended 2021 regional plan, CARB said they won't accept that in the future. They're scrutinizing our model and the technical assumptions that we make in the model, and programs, our transportation demand management programs like van pool, like telework, are also being more heavily scrutinized. So we're starting at a different place. We don't have as many options as we had in previous plans, and we have only 10 years, so 2025 to 2035 to achieve that target. Okay, so the conversation has been a little bit bleak up to this point, but I want to focus on the good news. Despite the challenges, the team has put together a really great concept for the initial transportation network for your consideration. There are a lot of great options in this plan. It's been very responsive to feedback that we've gotten over the last year. I think you'll see in your staff report attachment, we documented all of the things that we've been hearing, the highlights that we've been hearing, how we've been able to address that in the initial concept. And there's a lot of projects on this map. I don't expect you to be able to focus on anything. You'll get into conference room 7 and you'll learn all of the details. But there are a few things that I really do want to bring to your attention. So we heard a lot about flexible fleets from the board and from members of the public. And this initial concept has a lot of flexible fleet service areas all across the region in both urban and rural areas alike. We've heard a lot about the need for transit to be faster, to be more frequent, to be more comfortable for people. And so there is a big investment in making transit better, making transit faster. So you see rapid bus, you see express bus, you see new circulators. We've heard a lot from rural communities that they need better transit services, and this plan has far more transportation services for rural communities than any plan previously. That includes an express bus that goes from Ramona all the way to the Sabre Springs Transit Center that will connect that community into the regional transit system for the first time. Circulator up in Fallbrook, microtransit service in Alpine and in Borrego Springs. We have roadway improvements. So we still have a managed lane network, but it's the smallest managed lane network that we've had in a regional plan. We heard from all of you, you want to see grade separations on the existing light rail system. So there's a lot of grade separations proposed for the Sprinter, for the trolleys, for the low sand corridor. So I just wanted to highlight a few key things about the network, but when you go into conference room 7, you'll be in your particular subregion, you'll be able to drill down into the specifics of those projects. The initial concept also continues the delivery of Transnet projects. However, it does propose implementing projects differently in some cases. And the reason for this is a lot has changed over the last 20 years. You've heard that we can't be increasing VMT if we want to get our plan approved. We know that when we add lanes to roadways, we increase VMT. So we have to manage for that. We also know that the state's priorities have changed with CAPDI, and their focus is on projects that are multimodal and that reduce GHG. So there might be a proposal in the Transnet ordinance to add 4 managed lanes. We're still bringing 4 managed lanes, but we're adding to and converting to existing lanes. So that's an example of the type of change that you might see with Transnet projects. I mentioned that we have unconstrained and then constrained network. So you don't see the projects in the unconstrained network in the maps today. Those are projects that we don't necessarily have a funding source for, or that other agencies implement, like the airport or the Port of San Diego, but they like to see that project listed in the regional plan so that when they're seeking funding, they can show that it's in the regional plan. So this includes things like increased ferry operations, or the city of San Diego has some skyways in some of their plans, and they want to make sure that that continues in the unconstrained network, but you won't see those on the maps. Okay, so we focus a lot on meeting the requirements, and why is that? Why is that so important? Well, there is a lot of state and federal funding that's at risk if we don't have an approved plan. And I want to make sure that you understand that because it's important information to have as you start to consider the projects in the plan and provide feedback to us. So we submit our plan to two different agencies, right? CARB, and then we submit it to the U.S. Department of Transportation. What CARB is looking for is, are we meeting that 19% target? And if that's not met, we are not able to spend state funding to apply for new state funding. And that includes the $400 million that the board approved recently with the budget amendment. Local agencies also wouldn't be eligible to apply for Senate Bill 1 funding. And we'd be required to do what's called develop an alternative planning strategy, or an APS. That's basically another plan that we would have to develop to show how we would achieve the target if we didn't have any fiscal constraints or other constraints. And I don't think we want to be spending our time and resources on that very academic exercise. For the federal government, they're looking at the air quality conformity. And if that's not met, then we are also very restricted in our use of federal funding, and not just SANDAG, but the transit operators and local agencies that get highway bridge or highway safety improvement program funding. We can't do RTIP amendments. We wouldn't be able to obligate and program federal funding for projects. So we're talking about, a couple of $1 billion just in the near term if we don't have an approved plan. And that's why we focus so much on having a plan that meets the requirements, and why we want to work closely with you to come up with the right set of projects, policies, and programs within all of the constraints that we have, because it really is a win-win for the region when we have an approved plan. So with that, I'm going to hand it back to the chairwoman. I think we're going to do public comment in here, then we'll move into conference room 7. You'll have the time in your stations, and we'll do member comment and discussion in conference room 7. Thank you for your time. I know I pushed a lot of information out today. Like I said, we will have plenty of opportunity to answer your questions as they come up over the next couple of weeks.
All right, so public comment, please.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I currently have a total of 22 public commenters on this item. First, Corey Schumacher, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Ellen C., who will be followed by Rita Clement.
Representing 3,600 electricians and power professionals throughout San Diego County and Imperial counties. We're here today to urge the board to stay focused on high priority mass transit projects like the Purple Line, Blue Line improvements, and that are the most effective and judicious way of decreasing vehicle miles traveled and the number of single occupancy vehicles on our freeways. We also urge keeping the airport transit connection in the 2025 RTP. An airport transit connection will reduce traffic congestion at the airport, reduce GHGs, and significantly advance our progress toward our regional climate action goals. And they will also generate good local jobs for San Diego workers and keep local dollars local, bettering the economy. Finally, we urge the board to do your utmost to expedite a zero-emission infrastructure system in San Diego to meet the increasing demand of EVs, including heavy-duty EVs that will be moving freight through our region. We thank you so very much for the work that you're doing, the work of the people, and thank you for keeping San Diego moving forward.
Ellen C., please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Rita Clement and then Michael Beck.
The PowerPoint just presented is not in this brochure. Please, whoever, make sure it gets put in to the on public record. I'd like to quote something a former director or CEO ever said. I would question whether we should continue with thinking of 1987, the world is different today. Hassan Akrada quote, stating, referring to when transit was first voted by the people. And yet your very first topic line on here, you're talking about the transit funding, which we were promised roads, which you guys denied on the last thing we paid for 125 with the Transnet. I don't know why you don't connect the dots. And now you're looking at Corey Schumacher's half-cent sales tax this fall. And what's she going to say? Oh, it's for the roads. When are you going to look at safety? You keep pushing the climate. What about safety? All these people jammed up in this traffic. What about safety of the public? What about freedom of movement? I yield back.
Rita Clement, please come to the podium, followed by Michael Beck and Michael Brando.
Good morning, Chair Vargas, SANDAG board members, and SANDAG staff. The California Air Resources Plan for vehicle miles traveled is not ambiguous. We need to reduce vehicle miles traveled by 25% from 2018 levels by 2030. This scoping plan is about California climate mandates. This concerns human survival. There must be 30% vehicle miles traveled reduction per capita by 2030, or 3 to 4% starting now. San Diego 350 supports implementation and passage of the 2025 Regional Transportation Plan. Thank you all for your hard work.
They all drove here.
Michael Beck, please come to the podium, followed by Michael Brando and then Consuelo.
Good morning, Chair Vargas, board members, and staff. Michael Beck, Endangered Habitats League. EHL strongly supports the direction that the 2025 regional plan is moving towards. We're encouraged with the integration of forward-thinking planning principles by reducing transportation impacts, especially greenhouse gas impacts, and increasing contributions towards sustainability and a cleaner, more energy efficient future. I'd like to highlight a couple of components of the draft or the conceptual regional plan that you're working on that we feel will have outsized positive impacts. Keeping the airport transit connection in the 2025 plan is critical. Increasing frequency on the transit lines is critical, and increasing last mile options for people is essential. In closing, I'd like to thank and compliment SANDAG staff who continue to be knowledgeable, professional, and available to the public. Thank you for your time.
Our next commenter, Michael Brando, please come to the podium, followed by Consuelo and then Truth.
They want to control all resources, human and natural, because humans are a resource and more likely we're a hindrance. So mega corporations need full control and total information. This is the digital revolution. It's the fourth industrial revolution. It is the great reset. What's the Agenda 21 plan? When you see it, when it's shown to the public, it's primarily a land use plan. And the rallying cry for sustainable development, of course, is that we're killing the planet with our CO2 emissions. So the plan is designed to corral populations into what?
Yes, I want to thank Antoinette Meyer, Cindy Burke, and Susan Huntington for their presentation, because they've unmasked themselves. Just like Corey Schumacher over here unmasked herself. She was looking at this gentleman winking about the sales tax. See, it's all cutesy stuff. But the good news is, because I like to stay on good news too, is Nora, in spite of your frown right now, people are becoming aware. This is all doomed to failure. Get out while you can.
Your time has expired. Consuelo, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Truth, then Mark, and then Mike.
Antoinette, you mentioned nothing is final yet, isn't it though? It's called the Agenda for the 21st Century. Luckily, we have knowledge of this because of research scientists Nikki Rapana and Nordica Frederick. Their work was originally called the Anti-Communitarian League. Silent coup, holy coup. All are tricked, all are duped. Round green virgin kills mother and child. Holy infanticide, death with a smile. Die in heavenly peace, die so that the planet can breathe. Just as Jesus was born on a silent night, communitarianism was born of a silent coup. But now, after centuries of quiet obscurity, communitarianisms are popping up everywhere. They too have risen. Communitarianism is the miracle ideology. It's the new world religion. It's the new world justice. It's the new world constitution. It's the new world policing. It's the new human rights. It's big mother. Everyone loves it. How can we not?
Your time expired.
Gosh golly, even
Truth,
the Pope
please
said
come.
communitarianism
Your
is
time
God's
has
plan.
expired. Truth, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Mark, and then Mike, and then Carl Aldinger.
All right, I love those lovebirds over there. They're great. There's no road tax, so people will support this $162 billion regional tracking plan now. Wrong. Why are Central San Diego and East County linked? Talk about different needs and inequity. How is public transit time going to be reduced if there's not even enough drivers and top regional planners at SANDAG scoff at bullet trains? Free or reduced fares does not make public transit safe or convenient. Lies. It's not even worth $250 when criminals literally stab people on there and get away. Flexible fleets will result in micro ridership numbers. And the only people that would benefit from a multi-billion-dollar APM and anti-people monstrosity would be unions and airport employees. Vision Zero is a fraud, as evidenced by SANDAG's own information. And if anyone really cares about safety or the environment, denounce electric vehicles whose lithium batteries are highly combustible and emit toxic fumes when on fire. You know, we're not forcing people out of their cars. We're just going to make it impossibly expensive to drive and park. But question, how many free tacos will be given out to bribe people into supporting 2 more sales taxes with this anti-freedom of mobility garbage?
Your time expired. Mark, please come to the podium to be followed by Mike, Carl Aldinger, and Paul DeBold.
You can't even steal our money correctly. It's a simple program to draw money and put it from somebody's account. So, but if I own the company, I can guarantee you I come up with a few bugs, and you guys aren't programmers. So what the hell would you know? I definitely get 500,000 before it was through. Also, this is Hegelian dialectic. When you look at your regional plan, it's literally Agenda 21. And if you can't see that the plan is to disarm the people and control their movement, just like the EU is doing now. And where does it result? You guys, your model is Europe. You actually have people coming over from Europe telling you how to do ULEZ and et cetera. Well, what's happening in Europe? The people are totally disarmed. Their movement's totally controlled and tracked. And they have protests, whole cities of people. You guys cannot imagine the protests you are going to cause. And they just shoot the people with rubber bullets and tear gas, give them concussions, blow their eyes out. This is real. It's happening now. It's going to happen to your children.
Your time expired. Mike, please come to the podium, be followed by Carl Aldinger, Paul DeBold, and Diane Nygaard.
Now, good afternoon. Yeah, so I'm curious on what you guys' ideas are towards billing like social justice groups that go out and burn down cities like La Mesa and contribute to greenhouse gases. How can we charge them, since they pollute in this 2025 plan, to be able to recoup the amount of money that they've polluted into the air, because we're trying to reduce greenhouse gases? How come some of these greenhouse gases are exempt? Why do we as citizens have to deal with this? And our buddy Jack conveniently just got up and left the room. I'm pretty sure he might have an idea how we can charge these social justice groups for the damage they do to our environment when they burn down cities like they did in May to La Mesa back in 2020. Can you figure out how you're going to bill them?
Your time has expired. Carl Aldinger, you will be followed by Paul DeBold, Diane Nygaard, and Emma Rodriguez. Carl, please go ahead.
My name is Carl Aldinger, speaking on behalf of Sierra Club San Diego. We ask that you continue to respect and honor the MSCP and HCP nature preserves, and that maintaining and restoring these wild spaces is critical to saving our irreplaceable wildlife. Sierra Club supports the expansion of electrified mass transit, including improved frequency and coverage. Please witness the rapid adoption of e-bikes in some of our coastal communities as an indication that micromobility is a key strategy to regional movement if we support safe use of it with improved infrastructure and wise traffic reconfigurations. Regarding microtransit, using on-demand rideshare in place of expanding fixed route comprehensive mass transit is short-sighted. We should not trade the ambition of expansive mass transit in all communities for microtransit's extremely costly, more operator-intensive, unscalable electric taxi service. Thank you.
Paul DeBold, you'll be followed by Diane Nygaard, Emma Rodriguez, and Christina Marquez. Paul DeBold, please go ahead.
Hi, Paul DeBold. How many of the relatively few participants in the SANDAG workshops feel that their answers were coerced, tailored to the answers management wanted to hear, or otherwise limited because of check-the-box answers or directed dialogue? I know one tactic was to provide pens with impossibly light ink for outside-the-box ideas, which were then posted on a big map, which showed only half the county, and then to photograph the writing, so I doubt it showed up. My interest is whether or not the suggestions you got are truly representative of the entire county. I think not. I saw too few transit projects for the East County, and you're still talking carbon neutrality. You need to consider methane and other GHGs. You said you wanted up-to-date data, and then you're using 2022 data in the same breath.
Your time expired. Our next commenter, Diane Nygaard, will be followed by Emma Rodriguez, Christina Marquez, and Connor Proctor. Diane, go ahead. You are self-muted.
Hello?
We can hear you now.
Oh, sorry. Honorable Chair Vargas and Board, Diane Nygaard representing Preserve Calavera and our 4,700 families in coastal North County. Certainly the 5 big moves was critical to lay a vision and a foundation for moving this region forward. We all rely on the regional transportation plan to address regional VMT and to reduce the amount of greenhouse gases coming from the transportation sector, almost half the greenhouse gases in our region. We need real transportation choices, and the kind of transit investment and more flexible transit that comes from the regional plan is critical for that. The airport transit connection is also a key part. We thank you all very much for the work you've done to get us this far, and let's all keep moving San Diego forward. Thank you.
Emma Rodriguez will be followed by Christina Marquez, Connor Proctor, and Karina Contreras. Emma, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Emma Rodriguez. I represent San Diego 350. I just wanted to say, as a young person, you know, I can't always afford a car, like I can't afford gas. And it means a lot that this plan includes options for increasing transportation, giving us options for freedom of movement, and that it prioritizes safety for pedestrians and bikers. Thank you. I'd like to just say thank you again, and I yield my time.
Next commenter, Christina Marquez. You'll be followed by Connor Proctor, Karina Contreras, and Karen Zirk. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Vargas and board members. Christina Marquez speaking on behalf of IBEW Local 569 with over 3,600 power professionals and union electricians in San Diego and Imperial counties. I'm a native San Diegan and care deeply about helping those that are suffering from asthma and other dirty air side effects due to fossil fuels. Increasing public transit, including all electric people mover from the airport, is the most effective way to decrease VMTs and GHGs and will move our region toward a sustainable, equitable future for all San Diegans. We need a zero-emission infrastructure system with electric vehicle transportation hubs to meet the increasing demands of electric vehicles, including medium-duty, heavy-duty EVs that will be moving freight. All of these projects can be a great opportunity not only to decrease dirty air and lower VMTs, but they will generate good local, high-road, high-wage jobs for the skilled and trained. Thank you, SANDAG staff, for
your time expired. Our next commenter, Connor Proctor. You will be followed by Karina Contreras, Karen Zirk, and Pamela Hetherington. Connor, please go ahead.
Hello, board and SANDAG staff. My name is Connor. I'm a member of RIDE-SD. We need to be prioritizing public transit and other alternative modes of transportation. There's 11 highway expansions in this plan. There should be 0. We've known for a long time that adding new lanes doesn't solve traffic. It just induces more vehicles miles traveled. We should be converting existing lanes to managed lanes, not adding new lanes. We need more transportation choices and freedom. There's not enough rail projects in this plan, and the few that are in here have mostly been pushed back to 2050. We definitely need the airport transit connection in the purple line, but we need even more rail projects and sooner. It's disheartening to hear the laments about how difficult it is to make a compliant plan, because it would be a lot easier if we prioritize building out our transit system and stop focusing on expanding our already extensive car network. Thank you.
Karina Contreras, you'll be followed by Karen Zirk, Pamela Hetherington, and Blair B. Karina, please go ahead.
Thank you. Karina Contreras in my capacity as Transportation Policy Advocate for Climate Action Campaign. I just want to, highlight a few things in this plan. One, I'm really happy to see more regional bike networks proposed. The airport connector is a must. The Purple Line is a must. Zero emission mass transit. We need to electrify everything. But what I am disappointed in is that we are not building off of the light rail success of the trolley, which is the #1 light rail in all of the United States, continental United States. That's something that I would love to see connect North County, East County to San Diego. We can do it. We need to focus on expanding light rail and zero emission mass transit and have more active transportation programming to make sure people can get to transit stations. We are seeing these 1 in 100 year events happening every year. We need to move and move fast. Thank you.
Karen Zirk will be followed by Pamela Hetherington, Blair B., and Dan Silver. Karen, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Karen Zirk, and I represent the Friends of Rose Creek. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Vargas and board members. We want to thank SANDAG and all the amazing staff for their initial concept of the 2025 RTPS-CS. We fully support the direction this project is going and look forward to continuing to emphasize reducing greenhouse gas emissions and protecting our natural and working lands as part of the state of California's 30 by 30 plan. As we increasingly face the impacts of the climate crisis, expanding funding for managing and acquiring open space lands are critically important to the long-term health of our environment and citizens. Natural habitats are critical components of addressing the climate crisis. Thank you so much for all your hard work, and we look forward to continuing to collaborate. Have a great day.
Pamela Hetherington will be next, followed by Blair B., Dan Silver, the original draw, and the final commenter, Jason Vance. Pamela, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Vargas and board members. I am Pam Hetherington from the Environmental Center of San Diego. Staff has presented us with the initial concept of the regional plan. We must keep a laser focus on high priority transit projects and transportation project alternatives that decrease vehicle miles traveled. VMT and GHG reductions will come as we increase our public transportation opportunities. Please keep the 5 big moves moving forward, provide robust zero emission infrastructure, more public transit investments that serve to alleviate or replace single vehicle occupancy. Airport transit connections have been elusive for far too long. This could be a feather in your cap. Reaching our climate action plan goals are dependent on many of these concepts being implemented. Compliance is the only option that will secure funding and keep us out of hot water. When we invest in our communities, we create jobs, bolster better health outcomes, and guarantee a future for the generation.
Your time expired. Blair B., please go ahead.
Hi, Blair Beekman. As with tech accountability ideas, they have originally started from the UN. It was with the intention to build how the local process can then make sense of UN guidelines and practices and ideas. I hope that can be with many UN projects that we have to work with, that a good local voice from all sides can be really respected in the process. With that said, you're talking about digital equity, transportation technology issues. Tech accountability to me does a lot. If we work towards openness, open public policies, good practices, accountability, those are the things that people trust and want to continue to build. I don't think anybody would disagree with those good intentions. We need to learn to talk about the future of biometric tech. That will be a large part of the future of Purple Line and things like that. We have to learn to be comfortable with those words in that conversation. Good luck, Howie.
Your time expired. Dan Silver will be followed by the original draw and the final commenter, Jason Vance. Dan, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Vargas, board members. Dan Silver, also of Endangered Habitats League. I also want to convey our support for these concepts. They're balanced, they reflect community and board input. We particularly support transit, but look upon these as a balanced set of concepts to move forward. Thank you very much.
The original draw, please go ahead.
Great job on deceiving the people, because I don't think they have any clue what's really going on and that we're really putting them into like an enslavement 15-minute city zone type of thing. And good on you for using the pandemic to get people out of their cars. You know, with the whole preparedness pandemic treaty coming, I think we can do that again and really reduce our GHGs, because that is totally necessary. But one thing that is concerning is that because Big Pharma, you know, has all their petroleum-based medications, I don't know how we're going to continue to reduce the population if we get rid of, you know, that kind of stuff. So we need to make sure that that doesn't go away, because we have to continue to reduce population. And of course, the vaccines are a really good way to do that. I'm sure there's other things that we could do just with AI and stuff. But since we're doing with pipe dreams, I thought we need to work on teleportation and electric planes. And really good on you for saying that the digital via DMV tags are going to be to reduce admin costs. People are buying this. Like, you're really good. It's good. People are eating it up.
Our final commenter, Jason Vance, please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Jason and I live in D3. I support the 2025 plan. I'm here to remind the board that staying focused on transit projects will be the most effective way to reduce traffic, to meet our climate goals, and to increase social equity, since not everybody can afford a car. San Diego's roads and highways are already at capacity. It's clear we must focus on public transit to ease traffic and pollution. If our transit system could be clean, fast, and on time, people will be happy to leave their car at home. The good news is, making great transit is as simple as creating more rapid bus lines. The 2025 plan includes many new rapid lines. I take the 215 all the time, and with its dedicated right-of-way, it's nearly as good as the trolley. The difference is, it's significantly cheaper and faster to build a rapid line. SANDAG must make rapid bus lines a priority. Thank you.
That concludes the public comments on item 13.
Right. That's what we're going to be able to have a discussion and members can share their information. Thank you. So why don't we go ahead and take like a 5-minute break, and we'll start at 12:30. Why don't we do that? 10 minutes. Right? We need a break.
I'll be here. I have to do 1 o'clock call at the state, but Ray will be here.
Sure.
We're trying to get judicial streamlining in Lausanne. Oh, well, we'll have to meet at LDR. I know.
So that's secret stimulating. Or the NIGRA or
It's secret, and it would help us.
For board members, there's lunch right there in the back for you, so you can be doing working lunch. We're starting at 12:30, but I think they're out of lunch.
Anybody want to go grab lunch? We have a few more minutes. Maybe grab your.
If I fall over, look.
Grab it for the car. Oh, yeah, I can't. Oh, yeah, I can't. So we're okay.
We have problems. There's a, yeah.
Yeah, no. No one wanted to grab lunch. 4 minutes. Yeah, so if you want to grab it, if you just want to grab it and pull it, yeah, yeah. Maybe my 4 children are all okay. Yeah. It's a winter break. All right, everyone. I don't have a microphone in here, so hopefully you can hear me. For this workshop today, there isn't a particular activity. We have expert staff from SANDAG, from MTS, from NCTD, and from Caltrans at your table. They're going to walk you through the projects, and then it's a Q&A and an opportunity for you to provide some input and some feedback. As mentioned, we have briefings, additional briefings. More questions are going to come up as you start to review this with your technical staff and dig into the projects over the next couple of weeks, scheduled for next Thursday. Then at your next meeting, we'll just have a good discussion and get input and feedback from you on the initial content. We have a couple of weeks to really digest everything. I know we're putting a lot of information out today. So with that, we're going to set a 15-minute timer. Is that good, Chair? 15 minutes? All right, 15-minute timer, and go ahead and start the convo. Thank you all for make sure you can try to walk us in the room. So when you have to do that. Also later Susan, you will just go through and we have some other people in the room that if there are questions that come up, none of us can help. On the back side, there's some additional information. I think that is well progress. You know, we need to really well, let me know, and happy to trade.
It's 5 minutes too much, so I want to make sure that we are, spread out mindful of the time. But we want to make sure that we still have member comments, then we have non-agenda member comments, and we're going to be here too, so I want to make sure. So we want to make sure we do those as well. We have to be online. Where we online? Okay, all right, just want to double check. So why don't I go ahead and I'm just gonna ask you to raise your hand and then I'll just ask you to speak on these items. Yes, sir.
I appreciate the opportunity to finally get a little closer to these projects. Everything that we've done previously was a lot higher altitude. And for me, I'm very, very interested in the conversation around rail. And there's a really rapidly advancing discussion about the Losang corridor. Obviously, the Del Mar tunneling has been on the table for quite some time. And I hope that in this regional planning process, we might be able to think outside the box about some other alternatives, one of which I've mentioned before, possibly taking freight up to 15. So, I don't know where we'll have the opportunity to dig into how we might expand the studies to include alternatives to just like 8 different routes of a tunnel. So whether that's something we talk about in 2 weeks or not would be good to know. I don't know whether a subcommittee is possible to be formed of electeds that could work with staff to explore some alternatives. That would be good. Also on rail, the way the staff report is written, it appears to speak to the idea of grade separating light rail, but it doesn't mention heavy rail in the Losang corridor. It's mentioned in that area, but it doesn't. It seems to kind of talk about grade separations as a light rail type project, and we desperately need grade separations in the North County.
Okay, we'll follow up and do that.
And as I mentioned in our workshop right now, I wanted to comment on document 1 page 11 on item 13 that we are in strong opposition. I know it's only informational and projected that by 2037 that's when it's expected to be able to pay off the toll road. We want to keep the adopted resolution 2023/22 that was made on July 8, 2022, where we would be able to pay off the toll road by 2027, and that we need an immediate update on the priorities and the goals that will get us to paying up the debt on 2027.
One thing that I brought up is that it would be helpful when we have the whole plan for all of the county, all the different parts, but not just by sub-region, to have a cost benefit analysis as to the more expensive projects, how much they are going to reduce our greenhouse gases, and whether that actually makes sense, or whether we might be able to implement some sort of other strategy. One of the examples of that might be the people mover, but whether the airport connection, whether that actually makes sense financially as to whether, how much is that going to reduce the greenhouse gases. Another thing that we talked about is there are a couple of different BRT routes in North County that 3 of the cities that they would be located in have actually expressed opposition. So what we were told is that there would be no lanes taken, no conversions, and then also no medians in our cities taken. That's really important to Escondido, Carlsbad, and San Marcos. And then also we talked a little bit about the 78. Right now, in Transnet, there is an HOV lane each way that was supposed to be paid for. What we're talking about now is not converting as in the last plan. So there's 6 lanes right now. In Transnet, there is an additional lane each way. That makes it 8 lanes. In the first or the iteration last time in 21, it was converting 2 lanes each way, 2 managed lanes. And now what they're saying is it's only 1 lane each way, which if that's the case, then that's not
not acceptable. However, it's better than having general purpose lanes that are there today being changed to managed lanes.
Not acceptable because it's not.
Correct, yeah.
To your first point, it's the favorite conversation that we started off with. Part of it is that there's a need when we're doing this, really sort of knowing, what projects already sort of are, if this one's almost done, or we can't really, if we stop multi-release right now, then that would be kind of silly, right? I mean, it's what are the things that are already there that need to be part of this regional plan, and then what are the other things that we can assess that we need to move or not, and based on physical impact, et cetera, et cetera. So I think we're all on the same page for that.
Sorry to interrupt you. And we really like the micro transit part of
Yes,
this.
and I just wanted to say I really appreciate and express to staff that we're using numbers from 2022 and not 2016 anymore, because it's a little bit closer to 2025, right? So hopefully the numbers will be reflective.
Thank you for that. Anyone else?
I think for me, when I look at this map, I have to remember that soon we're going to have this goal of reducing BMT to 3 to 4% per year. And so whenever I see this map, I have to keep that in mind. And with that in mind, I'm not sure, and I don't expect explanation right away, why certain projects like the Purple Line, which was in our previous plan, has been pushed back. For East County, in the previous plan, we had a high commuter rail system serving all the way to East County, which would help rural East County as well, no longer here. So I'm really curious why these projects that were so prominent in our previous plan got taken off or delayed here. And lastly, we have a goal of addressing equity issues. We have a goal of reducing health impacts. So I had mentioned to staff, it would be nice if we have some indicator of which projects here would have a greater contribution to reducing health impacts. And I think that would help us deal with the prioritization as well as which ones we want to do first. Because those were policies that we had implemented last year. I mean, overall, I know the job that we have is huge. It's complex. Funding is another huge thing that we're going to have to deal with. But I think this is also an opportunity for us to dream and not think about current day stress and problems. It does give us a chance to dream big, and we should dream big. We'll never achieve the greater goals if we don't think big 10, 20 years from now. That's how previous planners thought in the past to give us the systems that we like now.
Real quick, one of the things that came up on our table for the South is, and I'm going to call it a dream. I dream of a reversible lane on the 805 so that there's more lanes going north in the morning and then more lanes coming south in the evening.
We all voted for that. Yes, anybody else?
So I would like to reiterate that I want to see the removal of tolls on the 125 as part of this regional plan. I would also like for this agency to can the central mobility hub, and I would prefer for staff to focus their efforts on one mobility hub that is clearly in dire need, which is the San Isidro Intermodal Transit Center. We call what Councilmember Luz was saying, we call them contraflow options on the 805 and 5. We dream the same thing of having some type of a contraflow contraption on the 805 and 5. And that sums up what I would like to see.
Thank you. And, and I shared with my colleagues today, we all did the point and count this week, right? Most of us. And I was saying that if you look at the numbers for the unsheltered population in other big cities across the state, the numbers are around 100,000 or plus, right? If you look at the numbers in San Diego County, not San Diego proper, San Diego County, we have about 10,400 or something, and depending on what the numbers are, I think they might be a little bit higher this time around. But I want to make sure that when you're thinking about this, about why East Coast Mesa is important, about why the 3-hour border waits, 8-hour border waits matter to all of you. why thinking about a trolley that goes to Tijuana and back matters to the whole region is that because you gotta remember, about 55,000 workers go back and forth every day between Tijuana. They don't live in San Diego because they can't afford it. It's not because they don't want to. And we don't have that conversation enough as a regional perspective. And I think if people had to live here, would have a larger unsheltered population. And so I want to make sure that you're thinking about it so that when you think about the issues around the border, it's not a South County issue. It's a regional issue. It's an economic issue. And it's also an issue that's impacting your businesses in North County as well. So I want to frame that for you because 55,000 people go back and forth every day. And I think that's one of the reasons why we've been trying to gather this data, not to mention the 140,000 that commute, right? So wanted to share that as we are thinking about these projects so that folks don't think East Otay Mesa is a thing for, port for South County. It isn't. That's where all of the, it's going to alleviate the transportation issues for our community. So wanted to share that as part of it. Any other comments? Yes, sir.
For those who recognize me, I'm Joel Luqadda from the city of San Diego. I'm a second alternate, so this is my time to shoot my shot. These aren't necessarily the official position of the city, but I think it's in line. Boldly, we are so pro housing. We're trying to create as much new density in everything we do, trying to get workers closer to our employment centers, eliminating parking. That any unconstrained projects get pushed into the constrained side for the city of San Diego. And I think we can support that. So I'm very excited about what the initial look is. It's a pretty broad brush there. However, I'm also a civil engineer, can be quite pragmatic. I see some of the rapid lines on two-lane residential streets. So I get concerned about how much cost that goes there and how effective they are in terms of reducing transit time. Make it more effective to, future bus riders. So we have limited dollars. I want to make sure that anything and everything we do, really we get a good bang for our buck going forward. I'll leave a few comments on here, but this is a great start to the conversation. Look forward to more opportunities to talk and better briefings there. And the last thing, next time, separate East County from Central. It's a hard conversation between the two of us here, and they really, it's a hard conversation. Yeah. So they need their time, and the central area needs its time. So we bring it up. Anyway, thank you.
Councilmember.
Deputy Mayor.
I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor.
2024. We're excited for it. I was really excited about the maps today and being able to talk to some of my colleagues. Thank you, Chair, for bringing up the importance of where people live and where they work. Right now, the City of Vista, like many other cities, we're updating our general plan. And I know that my neighborhoods are becoming more and more dense, just naturally, by the property rights of those property owners that are building more housing for working people in our region. And I want to make sure that our, congested streets in Vista also get the attention. There's a few gaps on the map when it comes to neighborhood electric vehicles. So I want to work with SANDAG staff and City of Vista staff on that to make sure that we can fill any of those gaps. But this was a really good exercise. And I think that there's large areas for consensus, and then where there's disagreements, I think we're identifying good questions to ask. Me, I'm behind me.
No, I'm trying to get people who haven't spoken today. Go ahead,
you.
And then I'll get to you with it.
I'm your new unincorporated area rep, and I was able to set up with planners and the Caltrans a field trip. So we're going to actually drive the rural evacuation routes, because on a flat map, evacuation options look one way, but in reality, when you're in a car, 2-lane, 3-lane trays, rush, it's very important to experience it. So thank you for the opportunity to set that up here.
We're happy to have you here. Yes, sir.
Meet Deputy Mayor Gillette?
Yes.
CTD hat on, I just want to express the importance of supporting the coaster and sprinter improvements, including grade separation and double track.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to put in a pitch for schools. I really hope that every school can have a bus, at least one bus that goes to it. That would alleviate a lot of parents having to drive their kids all the way to the school. They could perhaps drive them to a bus stop that goes to the
And
school.
we're giving them the passes. So
Yeah.
just so you know, my request was that they do an assessment that includes connectivity to all schools, community colleges and universities.
Yes.
And what are the different type of mobility opportunities, the bikes, you know, everything. So I also have to thank you. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Raquel Vasquez, Mayor for the City of Living Grove. And I just want to take this opportunity to think out loud just a little bit. Wow, this is a very ambitious plan to build connections throughout the entire county. You know, I feel like for us, and I think that it is somewhat inside baseball, because we all know and understand transportation. And so in order for the general public to understand why it's so important that we make these hefty investments in transportation, we have to address the question, what's in it for me? Now, as an individual, as a mother and a wife and a community member, what's in it for me is that I can get wherever I want to go in an hour or less throughout the county of San Diego. So with all of these plans that we're making, can we measure the time to commute from various areas and then analyze what the difference will be when these projects are completed in terms of commute time? Because what it will do is it will help let the public know this kind of investment is going to improve your quality of life. You see, at the end of the day, we know that the true value in life is not really all the money that we have, but it's our time. And so we want to make sure that we maximize every single minute that we have right here on this earth. So I just wanted to share that. And if there's a way to get that measurement included with all of these lofty plans that we have, that'd be great.
Thank you. Councilmember.
Me? Thank you. So I'm just speaking for myself. I don't know about my North County colleagues, but I'm not opposed to a trolley that will help with the transportation across the border there. My biggest thing has been the 5 and 78, as you know. So I'm so happy to see that that's being considered in this map and in this rendering. So I just want to put a thank you out there.
Anyone else? All right, seeing no other comments, thank you everyone for letting us know. It's a little bit, we'll keep bringing people back into these workshops, but I think it's a really good opportunity, because I think you can see, I was talking about the trucks and those things that are gonna come down and the impact that they're gonna have, and so I said, could we do different hours, and could we do other innovative things? And they are already doing some of this work, so not arguing this idea, they are thinking about it, even though they make me feel like I am. So I think it's really great that all the staff from SANDAG is here to listen to our recommendations, so that they're part of it and helping us navigate this. So this is only the beginning, and I appreciate everyone being, providing discussion and on your questions. So everybody has taken all the notes, and we're gonna go ahead and follow up. All right, with that, we're gonna go now to non-agenda public comment, and so we're ready to get on. How many are we? Anyways.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Good.
I think.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairwoman. We have 7 continued public comments from the beginning of the meeting. Alex Wong, Paul DeBold, Pamela Rang, Blair B., the original draw, Pamela Hetherington, and phone number 731. If you're still present, please raise your hand at this time. Paul DeBold, please go ahead.
No free tacos. The train up the 15 is a brilliant suggestion, and I like the reversible lanes idea too. The county supervisors have an 8% or 20% contingency for unforeseen conditions depending on the contract. The average is 5 to 10%. I hope yours fall within average. Transnet. The real scandal is not the user fees, it is how long the board was kept in the dark. So HNTB was supposed to explain glitches and didn't for 6 years. We need an independent outside investigation. People in this county do not trust SANDAG to monitor and police itself properly, let alone act in public interest. But what is more disturbing is the increasing number of board members who seem not to. Maybe we should have an independent outside.
Your time expired. The next commenter, Kamala Rang, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Camila Rang from Del Mar. I recently were made aware of the budget amendment that took place on your October 27 meeting, 2023, where you voted to redirect funds that were earmarked for Del Mar Beach and Bluff as mitigation for decreasing beach area with the Stabilization Project 5. This fund was a requirement from the Coastal Commission for you to start the Del Mar Bluff Stabilization Project. And then for board member Jack Xu from La Mesa to even suggest that the city of Del Mar should pay for SANDAG's mitigations for taking away public beach area from Del Mar is ludicrous, especially since SANDAG was ordered by the Coastal Commission to make this mitigation as compensation for a lost beach. Not enough mitigation fund, no stabilization project. That was a deal you made with the Coastal Commission, and we will make sure that they hold you to it. Thank you.
Next commenter, Blair B., please go ahead.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thanks for the meeting today. If applicable, I hope in the future you have veggie tacos available. That should be kind of a regular thinking if we're going to be building a better future. For myself, really sorry about the storm that's happened this past week. I'm interested, I don't want to hurt any feelings, but if ideas to ask for more grant money for the future of the Tijuana sewer system issues, can that be of help to develop the future of flood project help that's needed at this time as well? Can it work in conjunction? It may be a good way to do that if possible. And I guess that's about all for myself today. Thanks a lot for the meeting.
Our next commenter, Pamela Hetherington, please go ahead.
Hello again. I am Pam Hetherington from the Environmental Center of San Diego. Let me begin by expressing my gratitude for all of you, your staff, and the public whom you represent. Together, we all play a crucial role in making decisions that benefit us all. We applaud your understanding of the challenges faced by working people, and we hope you continue to be attentive to their needs. Staff has gone the extra mile to break down complex public finance and public work projects so everybody can understand that they benefit the public. My one ask of you for now is that in all your decision making, you think of several generations that will come behind us. Continue to make sure the air we breathe is safe, our climate crisis considered a top priority, and that your actions collectively protect all living things. Thank you kindly.
Our next comment to the original draw will be followed by the final commenter, phone number 731. The original draw, go ahead.
Is anybody even in there? It's really sad. You guys are talking about the point in time count. And yeah, I did that. I did it last year as well. Found way more people this time than last time. And you know what else I found? Some trafficking of illegals. It was so great, you know, and it's happening at a church at the 4100 block of University Avenue, the Church of Nazarene, and they're bringing them over to the SDUSD Central Elementary School right across the street and transporting them on private buses to God knows where. And we're all paying for that. And you know what? You guys engage with the UN. The UN is sitting here and they're funding the illegal immigration that's going on, giving hundreds of millions of dollars to these people that we fund as well. Right? Because we fund the UN, but we're also funding everything that they're doing here being transported in human trafficking. Then when you want to address it with any of you guys, you try and say, well, nobody's illegal and we got to listen that. They can join the military. This is a huge mistake that you guys are engaging in because this is going to be exposed fully and you will not go untouched when it comes down to this, because none of you are doing anything to make sure that the people are safe.
Your time expired. Final commenter, phone number 731, please go ahead.
During the last executive committee, we read the American Freedom speech on disruption, literally. We need to keep you on track, Lord, because I'm not sure if you can handle all the pressure. We've got media groups going on, told drama, censorship, cannabis, finance, connections, etc. But just like Sean at San Diego North, you're in the advertise. If you practice yourself over there, I recommend a new sir. Someone like Bill Wells or John Minto, and that's perfect because I verbally challenged both of them many times, and not once did they further offended, interrupt, or cut my speech. My leadership means you are confident enough in your convictions to listen and consider dissenting opinions without interruption, outbursts, or stimulating others' voices and concerns. And you can't apologize when you make a mistake. Nor if you don't have a clue to stop a speaker's time when he's interrupted and you've violated the sacred guidelines. How dare you? And I was going to fall on your watch if you keep it up. And I look forward to the elimination celebration. And by the way, thanks for telling everybody that you were on the Southwestern College Board. That's actually what I meant to say. And for the record, the lovebirds are David Vito and Corey Schumacher. Just so everyone knows they're hugging each other. It's very cute. I like both of them, but kind of a little bit conflict of interest.
Your time expired, and that concludes the continued non-agenda public comments.
All right, thank you, everyone. Our next meeting is
I'll
on
put the video
February
ready.
9th at 10 a.m. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day.